at school. So let's get it rolling since we are 10 minutes. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would now like to call this meeting to order. The board meeting of the North Carolina Board of Nursing will now convene. We have a quorum for the meeting. This meeting is being recorded for record purposes. Now for the Ethics, Awareness, and Conflict of Interest reminder. In accordance with the State Ethics Act and the Code of Conduct for members of the North Carolina Board of Nursing, it is the duty of every member to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none, I will now move to item M3 on the agenda, announcements. Again, welcome all board members. Welcome also to our guests and those who are observant today, whether it's in the office or through our public link. The board's mission, vision, and values drive our work as a board and serve as a reminder to us as we carry out our business. The mission, vision, and values are posted on the board's website for reference. Are there any other announcements at this time? Seeing none, I will now move to the review of the agenda. Agenda items M4, additions, modifications, and reordering. Are there any additions, modifications, or reordering requested at this time? Seeing none, I will move to adoption of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding adoption of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I so move.
Thank you. The motion has been made to adopt the consent agenda by Diane Lading. Is there a second? Thank you. It has been seconded by Dr. Laura Bartlett. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The vote is unanimous. It carries. Moving to M6, adoption of meeting agenda. Do I have a motion regarding adoption of the meeting agenda?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt the meeting agenda.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Andrea Jepson to adopt the motion agenda. Do I have a second? Thank you. It has been seconded by Dr. LaDonna Thomas. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. And the vote is unanimous. It carries. We are now at the open comment period portion of the agenda. The purpose of the open comment period is to provide members of the public an opportunity to share their concerns, offer views, or present questions regarding issues that impact nursing and nursing regulation. At this time, do we have any requests? Thank you. At this time, we have no requests to speak during the open comment period. Therefore, we will move to the next agenda item. At this time, I would like to recognize our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Crystal Tillman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as part of my CEO update, we have a special treat today. So we have Dr. Erin Freyer from the Shep Center in Chapel Hill, and she's going to give us a presentation, update us on the nurse cast, and also our next project of APRN. So Dr. Freyer is just absolutely one of my favorite presenters. She's so engaging, and the information she has is always amazing. So she has a flight to catch, so we have put her the first thing on the agenda. So we want to make sure she catches her flight on time, but thank you for being in person. And Dr. Freyer, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It always feels like coming home to come here. For some of you may not know, my career began in nursing, working for the regulatory body in Ontario, Canada. So it always feels to me like coming back to my roots, to come back to a board of nursing. So it's just I'm delighted to be here. So I want to introduce our team because I'm going to be the one presenting. But in fact, this work is very much the work of a team. So we have 3 people who are online with us, who are our data squad, our modeling squad. Evan Galloway creates the data visualizations that you're going to see. Andy Napton is based in England, and he creates the models, that we use to do this work. Tony Kane takes these data and massages them into a format that we can use and analyze. To my left is Connor Sullivan, who works with Tony Kane on the data analysis and a key partner here, and has been working with you and Catherine and others with the data. And Emily McCarthy is our project manager on this group. And there's a saying, know about us without us. And Lorinda Combs is our clinical advisor on this in the School of Nursing, a nurse practitioner. So really, I'm the one presenting, but wanted to take this moment to introduce this team because they are phenomenal, and you'll hopefully have a chance to hear from them today too. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So I have the pleasure of spending time at the legislature, and I often find that doing my entire presentation in one slide helps. So literally, this is everything you're going to hear today, because sometimes people's phones ring. Sometimes we don't have a budget. Sometimes things happen at the last minute regarding Medicaid expansion. So I like to give it to them right up front in case their phone rings. So here's the presentation. We're going to talk about the North Carolina NurseCast. And for those of you who are not aware of the model, I'll explain more about that. But it was developed. It was a key partnership with you, not just with funding, but this was a true partnership. Your data made it possible. Your expertise made it possible. And that NurseCast model has had 8,320 unique visitors from 18 different countries. That's how popular that model has been. And it is actively informing health workforce policy, not just in North Carolina, but nationally. And I've also presented it internationally. And on Friday, tomorrow, we'll go and present it to the Congressional Budget Office in part. So it is out there. People are looking at it. It is really important. We started, I'm going to explain this process in 2019. We all know what happened in 2020. So actually, the last year of the data that we used for the model was in 2018. So we now have data through 2022, and we're what we call backcasting the data to figure out how well our forecast did. And we're going to talk to you about how accurate that forecast was. You got the take home right here, and it's not going to be a surprise to any of you. There were fewer RNs and LPNs in the workforce than we projected based on historical trends. And partly that's because nurses ages 26 to 50 were not in the workforce the way they have been in the past. And nursing homes took a hit during the pandemic, and you can see it in the employment numbers. And so we're going to talk about that today too. So that's where we've been in terms of NurseCast, but we want to share with you, this project is also about presenting, we're currently funded by you to look at the APRN workforce. So the end of this presentation, we're going to show you some characteristics of those analyses and tell you what our next plans are. So there you go. That's where we're going in the next 23-ish minutes, 4-ish minutes. So for those of you who weren't part of this process, what is NurseCast? NurseCast is a supply and demand model, and it's interactive web-based tool that Evan Galloway created with models that Andy and others developed, and it forecasts the future supply and demand for RNs from 2019 to 2033. There's also this very cool, we think it's cool, NurseCast diffusion tool that actually allows you for every nursing program in this state, every nursing program, ADN, BSN, LPN, to see where graduates are 2 years after they graduate. So you can see geographically where they're practicing, and you can see what employment setting they're in. And it allows us to sort of understand what are the local markets that different nursing education programs are serving. And so if you haven't had a chance to go to NurseCast, we've given you the link there to be able to go. And there's a handout in your packet that actually summarizes the findings from it. And I encourage you to take a tour of it. We are also always willing to go through it with you. So contact us if you would like to do that. Basic key NurseCast findings, original findings where we would have a shortage of 12,500 RNs and 5,000 LPNs by 2033. But the absolutely powerful thing about this model is it allows you to see different shortages by different settings and geographies. And so you can see that that 10,000 shortfall of RNs was mostly in hospitals, but also a good chunk of them, the highest percent of the workforce was in nursing home, extended care for shortages. LPNs, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm really worried about. There was a shortage projected originally of 3,500, or 35% of the workforce was going to be absent in 2033. And there were significant differences across the state. And you can see that bottom chart is just basically showing the LPN shortages by Medicaid region. So the entire state is orange, meaning it's going to be in shortage. But Western North Carolina will face the most severe shortages. And you're going to see that theme echoed throughout this presentation. So if you haven't had a chance to go have a play with Medicaid for your region, go look at NurseCast and figure out what's happening both by the setting that you're in or the geography. It's a powerful tool for being able to drill down that way. I alluded to the webcast dissemination, that those visitors, those 8,320 visitors, the unique 21,000 unique visits to the web pages. So it's not just those visitors coming to the front page. They're digging into the model. They're digging into the pages, and you can see it. 39 news articles. We had 6 videos done by Education Works. Those were shared over 700,000 times. They're still being shared. Blogs, radio spots, and an article in the North Carolina Medical Journal, and tons of presentations. Emily Trice, she does an amazing job keeping the slide up to date, but it changes every day. And so I alluded to those things. But the important thing here is that the data are being actively used. And in fact, the North Carolina Institute of Medicine is using these data right now in their task force as well. So the data are out there. Kudos to you for funding a project and being partners in a project that's really influencing policy and driving a lot of policy in the state and beyond. So I bet you really wanted to be a workforce modeler like us in 2019, right? Like, what a great time to undertake a workforce model, because things were just going to bubble along. I mean, we started this in 2018. The project began in 2019. So we only had, as I said, 2018 data. So we're currently using those new data to look at backcast and to figure out how well did we do. Let me explain. So I'm going to use a term, a baseline forecast. What is a baseline forecast? A baseline forecast is if nothing changed. Go ahead and laugh with me. You know, this was 2019. You know, if everybody's retirement rates stayed the same, if the number of new entrants coming out of nursing schools remained the same, if the number coming in from out of state remained the same, if people went to the same communities they'd always gone to, that's called a baseline forecast. It assumes that the historical trends have not changed. And so I'm going to use that term baseline forecast, and that's what I'm talking about. Just think if nothing had changed, and then you just do a little chuckle. So beyond the baseline model, we developed scenarios, because by the time we were releasing this model, COVID had hit. I also just want to give a huge shout out to the team who morphed from working in person to online internationally and across the state to be able to get the model done during COVID. So we developed scenarios. And so how did we develop these scenarios? Remember, COVID hit, we had no idea what was going to happen. We convened a lot of experts. We worked with them and said, what do you think is going to happen? And so basically we developed a whole set of scenarios. So these are what if the historic trends don't hold. Number one, we thought maybe nurses would exit the workforce later. Possible work by Bearhouse and others have shown when the economy is not in good shape, nurses actually delay retirement. So that was a possibility. How about nurses exit the workforce 2 years earlier? That was also a possibility. Nurses exit the workforce 5 years earlier. This was when burnout, early moral distress stories were hitting the press. Nurses were in peril. They were leaving the workforce. So this was intended to model that early exit of the workforce. Remember, we were also facing a shortage, and everyone around us was facing a shortage too. 50% of our registered nurse workforce comes from out of state. So what if we're suddenly competing with Virginia and Florida and California and New York and New Jersey, and they're facing their own shortages? We got to worry about decreasing our own supply. So we had a scenario about what if our inflows from out of state decreases by 2.5% per year? What if we could wave a magic wand and have all the preceptors we wanted, and we could increase graduate supply by 10%? We wanted to model that. And in fact, you see that in a shortage situation, what is the first thing the legislature wants to do? Increase the number of, so we wanted to have this as a scenario. And then we wanted to have what we were calling the COVID combined scenario. This was intended to capture the fact that these things probably wouldn't happen in isolation, right? You could see a scenario that nurses exited the workforce earlier, the out-of-state supply decreased because we were competing with all those other states for nurses, but at the same time, graduate supply could possibly increase with increased investments and expansion in existing programs. So that's going to be what we're going to call our COVID combined scenario. Which of these scenarios do you think best matched actual supply? 6, I hear 6. Anybody else? All right, the 6 has it. Let's see what happened. All right, this next chart is a little busy, so I'm going to explain it. See that middle kind of greenish line? That's our actual supply from 2018. You see, this is for registered nurses. It went down a little bit in 2019, bumped back up in 2020, went way down in 2021, and is actually returning back up and rebounding in 2022. I want to keep the data are always a little bumpy. It's not unusual for us to have year-to-year fluctuations. These are a little bigger than our usual year-to-year fluctuations. Look at the top. So when Andy was modeling, if you modeled supply with a delayed exit, you see that top green line, and then an increase in just graduate supply are above the baseline supply. That baseline supply model is what would have happened if nothing had changed. The yellow line is the reduction in out-of-state supply. The purple line is what if nurses exit 2 years earlier? And you can see that the actual supply is falling between nurses exiting 2 years earlier and that COVID combined scenario. So that COVID combined scenario was actually pretty much the best at predicting nursing future supply. And we owe a tremendous amount to the experts who helped us develop that scenario and come up with those estimates, because at the time we had no idea what was going to happen. So it actually, the power of scenarios is they allow you to model what might happen, and that combined scenario allows you to combine different types of things that might come about. So let's look at what happened by region. So let's think, okay, so if the COVID scenario matches the best, let's look at what happened over time. I'm going to explain what we're looking at. We're looking at a map by Medicaid region. We decided to model by Medicaid region. It's also AHEC region, but here I'm showing you Medicaid regions. And you can see in 2019, look at that legend. If the map is a purple, a darker purple, or a light purple, the actual supply was greater than what we projected. If it's yellow, it's less than the actual supply is less than what we projected. So you can see in 2019, remember that graph I just showed you, the numbers sort of went up in 2019? The whole state, except Eastern North Carolina, which already matched the COVID scenario in 2019, looked pretty good. And remember in 2020, what happened? The numbers went up a bit. Actually, they went up a bit. So you see the rest of the state actually is more purple. And so it has more supply than we predicted. Particularly, what are you seeing there? You're seeing the Triad, the Northwest, Piedmont, and Charlotte are darker purple. What does that mean? That they had greater supply than what we projected, whereas Eastern North Carolina, Western North Carolina had slightly more, but Eastern and Southeastern had about what we projected, slightly less. So what does this mean? Why I'm showing you the maps is to show you, what do you think happens when you face a shortage of nurses? Some places do well, some places don't do very well. So what places do you think did well? The places that were well-resourced and had large hospitals. So let's look at what happened in 2021 when nurses were really exiting the workforce. Who's in trouble, folks? It's Eastern North Carolina, Southeastern North Carolina, and Western North Carolina. Meanwhile, the Piedmont and Triad and the Triangle are doing okay. They're purple. They're over forecast. So you begin to see, we wanted to show you these maps to show you it's not one uniform forecast that we're talking about. It was very big variation. So in 2022, the numbers rebounded. The COVID scenario, though, still matches that combination. No, I'm not going to call it a doomsday scenario, but the COVID scenario still matches Eastern and Southeastern North Carolina. Western North Carolina has less of supply than we projected. Those counties that are doing pretty well are those well-resourced Charlotte, Piedmont Triad, and the Triangle. So just wanted to take home, when you're looking at these trends, we ask you to sort of dig down even more to think about how we did across the state. And in fact, there's even more regional variation if you look at the county level. And I'm going to go fast through this. You have the slides, but this is basically even just to show you within a region, there is variation. So here, gray means that our forecast, and kudos to the team, the forecast was actually within the 95th confidence interval. So we were dead on for 44 counties in predicting their supply in 2022. In 20 counties, the orange counties, the supply was less than we forecast. Look where those counties are. Does that surprise any of you who know those counties, that those already have less supply? It does not surprise me. Those counties that are green, what do they have in them? They have large hospitals, academic health centers. So you begin to see this variation of who did well and who didn't do well at the county level as well. So we wanted to share that with you. So why was the COVID scenario the best match? Okay, this is a busy line chart. I'm going to walk you through it. What you're looking at are those 3 forecasts by age group. So you can see the actual supply of nurses, registered nurses in 2022 was that blue line. So see that blue line that goes up and it's below all the other lines? You can see that between the ages of about 26 and 50, the actual supply of registered nurses in the workforce for those age groups was less than every single scenario that we projected. That's not going to come as a surprise to any of you. Those are the nurses who were most impacted by the pandemic in terms of juggling their life, juggling their families, juggling their jobs. They're basically missing, what we would call missing from what we would have expected in the workforce. Really intriguing to me is that the scenarios are all a good match for nurses ages 50 to 55. Why is that? These were nurses who were already in the workforce, too early to retire, too late to change their minds. Basically, they're in it. I see a lot of you nodding your heads. I'm right with you. Too early for me to retire, too late for me to change my mind. And then the people who, the group that was the most we were best able to forecast using that historic trends was the group over age 60. Those people didn't change their exit behaviors at all. So the model did a really great job. So the model did a great job for the people who were over 50, basically. And basically we over forecasted, there were fewer nurses of the younger age groups. So that's what this is saying. And another reason might be that we had a much lower number of RNs in nursing home extended care. So let me explain this chart to you. Again, blue is this is the actual supply of registered nurses in nursing home extended care assisted living from 2018 to 2022. Is anyone surprised that it decreased? I don't think you are. That baseline, look at the difference, that baseline forecast. If nothing had changed, that baseline forecast is the orange line. So see the gap between what would have happened and what actually happened? And that's what we're looking at here, missing nurses from this particular employment setting. And we're going to talk about this in more detail in a minute when we look at licensed practical nurses who were very hard hit because that's their predominant employment category or employment setting. So what we did was we said, okay, if in fact that scenario, the actual numbers of nurses in the workforce is much lower and our demand, let's assume demand stayed the same. It probably increased, folks, but let's assume demand stayed the same. What are our shortages? How do we have to revise our shortages? So that fourth column, you can see our original shortage that we were projecting of registered nurses in 2019 was 62. It actually went up to, we were down 3,719 nurses. It peaked, that shortage, in 2021. It's coming down a little bit. We're still short in 2022, about almost 6,000 nurses. When I ran these numbers, I realized this completely anecdotally fits what we heard, right? If you look back, people were already screaming shortage in 2019, 2020 during COVID. Things got really bad in 2021. And they're getting slightly better in some places. I'm speaking statewide, still really bad in some places, but overall it seems to be easing a little bit. We're seeing these same trends at the national level. There's a paper under review right now that actually shows the national numbers also rebound a little bit in 2022. So North Carolina is following the sort of national trends here. Takeaway from this slide is our shortages were even worse than we predicted using NurseCast, given actual supply numbers were lower than we expected. Let's talk about LPNs. This is the supply of LPNs. That green line is the actual supply of licensed practical nurses. I have to say, I gasped when I looked at this number. Look at that plummet to 2021. So our actual supply of LPNs was worse than any scenario and worse than our worst case scenario. It's rebounding a little bit. a little bit, right? But let's look at the LPN numbers then. So if you look at this same thing, we're going to go by Medicaid region and we're going to look at it over time. So in 2019, all regions of the state, we're looking at the COVID scenario. This is one of our worst case scenarios. If you compare our worst case scenario in 2019, everybody in the state had more LPNs than we would have predicted under our worst case scenario. That's good. COVID hadn't hit yet. 2020, by the time COVID starts to hit, you see this, the Southeast, the East, and even the Charlotte region, the actual supply matches that worst case, that COVID scenario. So already in 2020, they're matching that COVID scenario. If you fast forward to 2021, this is where those disparities pop up. Remember what we talked about? If there's a shortage, who loses? East, Southeast, and very interesting, Charlotte is also, the actual numbers of LPNs were lower than what we would have forecast, greater in the Piedmont Triad, greater in the Triangle. And by the time you get to 2022, it's the same story because LPNs haven't recovered that much. So this same regional variation is occurring for licensed practical nurses and for registered nurses. Again, looks very similar in terms of those fewer LPNs aged 26 to 50 in the workforce than we would have forecast. It's again a good match for those 50 to 55 and the best match for the over 60. So LPNs mirroring, although I'd say the gaps are slightly different here. Look at the fewer LPNs. So remember that extended care, nursing home, and assisted living, this is the place where most LPNs in the state work. And you can see that actual supply just go down, 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 down compared to that baseline, which is flat. Our forecast was flat, that the supply of licensed practical nurses in that setting was going to be flat. In fact, it decreased. Why, folks, did it go down so fast? Yes, and these are actually national numbers, and you can see that nursing home residential care facilities, the employment tanked nationally. This is when COVID was hitting, when they were closing. People were deciding they were not going to send people to long-term care. They were going to keep them home. So employment, actually, this is a slide done by my colleague at the University of Washington, Bianca Frogner, who's been tracking these things. That blue line, that is the only group, nursing homes and residential care facilities, their employment has not recovered. If you look, that solid red line is what employment was in January of 2020. Everybody tanked during the pandemic, but you can see, for example, that yellow line is hospitals. They're finally back to their pre-pandemic employment, but like the home health and residential care has not recovered. So it's unclear what's going to happen in that sector. It looks like it's going to come back up, but this is something for us to keep our eye on in terms of this sector. So if you look at the LPN actual shortages, you can see that they just get worse and worse. So we go from being 1,000 LPN short in 2020 up to 2,564 in 2022. Remember, this is a much smaller workforce than the registered nurse workforce. So you're talking a significant number of LPNs are going to be what we would think sort of not available for employers relative to what will be demanded in the market. So again, shortages are worse than we forecast because supply is not as great as we forecast. Okay, so key takeaways from backcasting. The effect, the variability in the actual counts is probably likely the effect of the pandemic, as well as some just regular bouncing around we have of numbers. But we don't know. The effects of the pandemic are still playing out, right? So who knows what's going to happen? Scenarios turned out to be invaluable. When Andy was doing the backcasting and he and I were looking at the data, we were sort of stunned at how well the scenarios did to actually capture the uncertainty of behavior. And these were developed again by experts. So really important whenever we do models to have these scenarios as part of the process. That combination COVID scenario best reflected the reality. At any given time, there's multiple forces affecting the workforce. So having those combination scenarios is important. So we would recommend to the board the need to continually monitor actual supply because we're going to need to continue to assess the short and long-term changes in workforce participation and behavior to understand. So we're grateful that as part of the work that you've currently funded us for, in addition to looking at the advanced practice registered nurse workforce, you asked us to do this backcasting so that we could learn from it and incorporate it in any future work that we might do together to forecast other the APRNs or other workforce groups. So in terms of backcasting next steps, this is where the egghead, geekheads, and I might be looking at Connor and others online really love. Like, why is there a difference? What's happening? So this is where we go crazy. We love it. So why is it different? So it could be because the nurse workforce is different. So are there actual differences in the forecast of, and this is what Andy's been digging into as well, is like the age groups look different, the inflows look different. Maybe we're attracting fewer nurses, maybe we're attracting fewer younger nurses, maybe the exit rates have changed, maybe the number of nurses who have moved from active to inactive practice has changed. We have to figure out what's happening and what are the causal reasons why there's that difference that you saw that's related to the nurse workforce. But one of the things that I think we hadn't really thought about this, and this is something that Andy brought up, was that these geographic factors are incredibly important. Places that have hospitals, places that have resources, places that can pay nurses more are gonna fare better. They are more resilient. And so we're also looking at those geographic factors. So we're trying to develop models that could actually predict where we were, how well we did, and the degree to which, for example, having a certain number of beds made you more likely to be able to attract and retain RNs. So this is sort of a next thing for us. It's outside of the contract, but we just can't resist trying to figure out if we can figure out what's going on. Okay, so that's backcasting. The current project is also, we are funded to look at the demographic, education, and employment characteristics of advanced practice registered nurses. I just want to stop and say that one of the things that is so amazing about this collaboration that we have with the Board of Nursing is, remember, we began to project RN and LPN supply before the pandemic. We all sort of got together and thought, we should develop a model. I think there's going to be the need for this. And we did it, and people needed the model. We also got together with you and we thought, there's a lot happening with the APRN workforce. So once again, we're trying to make sure that those in power and those who are making decisions are making them with data rather than anecdote. And so that's part of what we're trying to do here, is to get data into the hands of the people who need it when they need it. And so this is why we're looking at the APRN workforce. We are about, I wish I knew, a couple months into this project. So what we're going to do is give you a flavor of what we've found, because remember, we had to get all the data in shape and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot more coming, but I wanted to leave you with a flavor. So basically, the take-home message is your data have been a little challenging. The CNM and NP data have been available throughout the entire study period, but the CNS and CRNA data were only received by SHEPS beginning in 2018. So before 2018, RNs were able to self-report their CRNA status. And so just the way that it's reported, it makes a huge difference, because it looks like there's this giant bump up in CRNAs, but it's probably just a fact. It's related to the way the data are reported. So we're going to, even though the study period is from 2013 to 2022, we're only going to report the CRNA data from 2018 to 2022 because of this change in the underlying data. Our ability to derive conclusions from it is we want to be comparing apples to apples rather than apples to oranges, and going too far back, we wouldn't be able to discern whether those changes were related to the way the data were collected or an actual trend. So that's what the reason for that. So the workforces are very different sizes. This is the total APRNs over time from 2013 to 2022. You can see the nurse practitioner workforce is by far the largest workforce, followed by the CRNAs, and then CNMs and CNSs are much smaller. You can see right there that NP workforce growth is significant and continues to be significant. CRNAs are also growing pretty rapidly. Interesting, the NP workforce, we actually, Connor pulled out nurse practitioners who either were psych NPs or were working in a mental health setting, and looked at their numbers over time. This is a good news story, actually. The growth of mental health NPs is significant in this state. So this is an area we're going to dig into a bit more. And it's interesting because this presentation that I'm giving tomorrow, I've been looking at a bunch of national papers. And one of the things you see, there's a wonderful paper by a colleague, looking at Medicare participation of nurse practitioners versus psychiatrists. And you can see that nurse practitioners are more likely to participate in Medicare than psychiatrists. And why is this important? It is important because this is a population that we know has comorbid behavioral health issues and is going to need access. So one of my slides for that presentation has the national growth of nurse practitioners relative to the changing participation rate. So about 60% nationally of nurse practitioners accept Medicare, new Medicare patients. It's much lower for psychiatrists. So this is a place where we're going to dig a bit into to sort of understand what's happening in terms of the growth of mental health NPs. Interestingly, the nurse practice, so remember I showed you that rapid growth. Where are they coming from? Well, it used to be most of our nurse practitioners in the state were educated in state. That's that blue line. But most recently in 2021 and back in 2022, the number who were educated out of state actually surpassed the number educated in state. That's really interesting bit of information. So we'll dig into that as well. As where is this growth in nurse practitioner workforce coming from in North Carolina? Did we grow it ourselves? Did we import it? Is a really important question. There's a higher percent of certified registered nurse anesthetists and CNSs in metropolitan areas. So you can see CRNA is about 91.5%, and about 91% of CNSs work in metro. NPs are more likely, as are the others, one that I can't see, that is CNMs are more likely to work in non-metro areas. And in fact, if you look at the nurse practitioner growth in metro versus non-metro, you can see that it's paralleling, the metro growth is paralleling the non-metro. And so increasingly NP numbers are increasing in some of our rural counties. This is also a really important chart to show. We're seeing the same trends nationally. And so this is one of the things that we're tracking in this report. And then I think I'm okay for time, but I wanted to say one of the things we wanted to give you in these closing slides, just a taste of the data that will be coming at you for each of these workforces. Remember, this is a longitudinal study, so you'll have data with the exception of CRNAs from 2013 to 2022, but we'll be able to show you the numbers over time. We'll be able to show you employment setting and how that's changed over time. We'll be able to show you how hours worked has changed, and some of those variables are a little shaky in certain parts, but you'll be able to see the number that this is your active clinical workforce, the number of hours they report working per week. You'll be able to see the changing demographics of the workforce. In fact, our APRN workforce is a young workforce relative to RNs and LPNs, mostly female. And you'll be able to track the race ethnicity of this workforce over time. And then we are working with the board to get education data to be able to track not only the years since graduation, but the percent that are North Carolina educated versus non-educated, non-North Carolina educated. Really interesting to look at whose nurses we're stealing. Kentucky, South Carolina, I feel good about that. And DC. So that's where those CNMs are coming from. So this is just a taste. We're going to push this out a bit more and you'll have longitudinal data, but we wanted to give you a sense of the kind of categories of data that you'll have for this group. Same for NPs. You see most NPs were working in group medical, some in hospital inpatient, working about 50.5 hours, again, mostly female. And again, you can see that trend I just showed you of 48.3% North Carolina educated. And here they're coming from Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama as some of our major importers. For our certified registered nurse anesthetist workforce, you can see again, us just reporting from 2018 to 2022. Not surprisingly, most are based in hospitals, but the growth of ambulatory care and ambulatory surgeries mean a good chunk of them are also employed in ambulatory care and nurses' hours per week. The demographics and the age, again, this is more, look, 61%, so a higher percent of CRNAs educated in state. Although some of those other programs that are contributing are Pennsylvania, again, South Carolina, and Florida. And then the last is our clinical nurse specialists. You can see, again, we're going to report their data from 2018 to 2022, 59% in hospitals, 13.1% in other, 10% in ambulatory care. For those of you who are wondering, other, what does that mean? This is really interesting. When we see a growth of other, it's often that CNSs or another group of nurses have moved into a care setting that's not on the licensure form. It's not on the renewal form. So we actually have to ask them, what is this setting? And then sometimes we work with the board and we add a setting. So when you saw a lot of nurses move into working for pharmaceutical companies or working, you actually, we can track that other, and that might be some of what's happening is clinical nurse specialists working outside of clinical settings, but are using their nursing skills. So are still actively registered as a clinical nurse specialist. And then that group is about 58.6% North Carolina educated, good chunk from New York and from Virginia. So that was just a taste of what we're doing and where we are currently, and happy to answer any questions. And if I can't answer them, I have this incredible team to help me. So thank you very much for having me this morning.
Fantastic work. The data is incredible. I attribute to you and everybody that helped work with you on it. It's great work. A couple of questions. I think I know the answer to one of them, so I'll ask you about it. So in terms of the baseline, it's so unpredictable. I'm assuming that you used that because that's the only thing you could use. There was no other options, right? Because it's never static. It's never consistent.
So that's a really good question. So what is a baseline model? Like, why do we use it? So what we do, we spend a lot of time thinking about what historically have been the numbers of nurses coming into the workforce. What have been the historic retirement rates? What have been the historic diffusion of nurses from their first practice setting, mostly to hospitals? So there is a fairly steady pattern generally. I mean, it has some variation around it, right? But nothing like the pandemic, which just blew it up, right? So that's, we're not surprised the baseline model is that far off. But you're right, in any given year, there are these things called black swans, things that you don't predict, right? And that's the reason to have scenarios. Andy, is there anything you want to add from the baseline model? He's still on mute, so I think he's good. I'll wait till he goes unmuted and then I'll know I said something wrong.
So the other two thoughts I had was, how do you see nurse-patient ratios impacting? Because I didn't appreciate that yet. I'm sure you don't have the data yet, but that's going to impact this, as well as the bedside. I'm calling it the bedside nurse length of stay, because the bedside nurse just is not, and that's why your APNs are so young, right? Is because they're not staying at the bedside. So those are two variables that are going to impact this, I would say. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, so let me tackle your second question first. The model, the original, the RN model did account for nurses who historically moved from becoming an RN to an APRN. So the model actually excludes APRNs and also allows LPNs to become RN. So it took historical rates at which LPNs progressed to RN and RNs progress to APRN. So but what I'm hearing is that there's been an acceleration of that rate, and that is something that we can look at. Tony Kane and Connor have been working really hard to use your data to combine it so that we can combine your RN data with your APRN data and your LPN data. So Tony has been doing yeoman's duty, creating a data set where we can track individual nurses and look at those career progressions, because that's exactly what we want to model. Nurse staffing ratios, we haven't dug into that. And I think one of the things I would say in response is we know if supply is down, the number of patients, remember, demand, to my knowledge, has not decreased. So you have fewer nurses doing more work. So by definition, they are seeing more patients or seeing, and that could contribute to burnout, could contribute. So this is why one of our recommendations was we need to continue to monitor this over time. Does that help?
It does. I just think those are variables that are going to impact. We don't know how.
We don't know.
The LPN pool is so vital to nursing care in general, and they're moving. They're moving as well to different areas, and how that's going to impact is going to be significant as well. So it'll be interesting to see how we go forward. Thank you again for your work.
Well, I thank you for the data, and thanks to this team. So yeah, I mean, it's your data that make this possible. I just want to underscore that. Madam Chair, are you? Yeah.
I have a question. Slide 27 was talking about your growing, the rapidly out-of-state train supply increasing. My question is, does that have anything, in your opinion, to do with all the DNP programs that's nationwide? That, I mean, because a lot of people are just, skipping the BSN and going straight for the advanced programs.
It could be, and we can dig more into where these nurse practitioners are coming from, and with education data from the board can see which programs. Yeah.
Good morning. My question is, have we taken in consideration that we lost a lot of nurses that died during the pandemic?
That may in fact be part of the attrition that you're seeing. And I wonder if also it's related to the high impact in the LPN workforce who was working in long-term care as well. So we wouldn't know whether they died. We would know they exited the workforce. But that is certainly a plausible explanation for what happened. Yeah, because we have your data and so we don't know death. We don't have death certificates, unfortunately.
Leave it to the finance guy to ask this question.
I'm
So-
scared now, Tom.
So I'm curious, has there been an examination of how have pay rates impacted any of this? We've heard all the anecdotal stories about travel nurse rates going through the roof and just general rates going through the roof. Is that impacting it? Have you looked at that at all? If not, do you have the plans to?
So one of the things when we're building this regression model, to look at predicting how well we did, wages have to be a part of it. And we can get regional wage data, your data. First of all, the model was built on licensure data, which does not have wages. But we can look using Bureau of Labor Statistics data at, it's organized by we'll have to figure out how to make the geography work. But we can get wages by area. So it's possible that the area wage went up. What you're asking, and I don't have access to these data unless the hospitals want to give it to us, is how much different hospitals raised wages for nurses during the pandemic in 2021 and 2022, because that is in fact what might be the reason we're seeing the variation. So the places that had the ability to pay nurses more did, and that's why they kept them and attracted them. We don't have those data currently. So it's absolutely possible. Now, I will say that wages matter, but increasingly what we're seeing is the hospital environment and the workplace environment matter too. And so this is a workforce that may be less responsive, less elastic to wage increases than they were in the past because staffing has been difficult. Workplace violence rates have been on the rise. The workplace environment itself, we just did a paper with Peter Bearhouse and colleagues in New England Journal looking at things that hospitals could be doing to collect better data on workplace environment. So it's a factor of wages and the environment, I think, that we're seeing here. You want to?
Sorry. Regarding the wage question, we work on another project called North Carolina Sentinel that collects data from employers. And so it's much less rigorous than this, but it is organizations. And definitely what you're suggesting, I think, is coming out from rural hospitals and rural employers that are saying we can't compete with wages. And we see that. I mean, I see it in the comments just over and over and over again.
And one thing you haven't brought up that is in the most recent congressional bill, so the current bill for the national budget is under debate right now. And so in the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, Bernie Sanders' bill being revised and marked up this morning, one of the things you see is wage support in there, and hopefully it'll stay. Fingers crossed. We also don't have a national budget since we're hurtling towards shutdown. But one of the reasons wages are included in that bill is to also close the difference between clinical nurses and nurse educators. So there's a significant millions of dollars to support closing the gap between clinical nursing and education, because the idea being that if we can do that, we can attract more nurses to become preceptors and become educators. So there's so many dimensions of wages here that we're also looking at. It's a good question. We will be tracking the national legislation and the hurtling towards shut down. But yes, we will continue. And I imagine Catherine is as well. So at the national level, but yeah, we will definitely and report back. So this is one of the things we try to do when we do these studies is make sure we're aware of both national trends and state trends that could impact your workforce.
Hearing no more questions, thank you, Dr. Freyer and team, for the great work that you're doing. And it's just interesting, the data you shared with us about the backcast, looking forward to the APRN. So it's always a pleasure for you to come and present. So thank you very much. Safe travels on your trip. Get
Thank
to
you.
the airport.
Thank you. And thank you for having us. And thanks to this team. And thank you for your data. We really love this collaboration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I am going to continue with my CEO update. And as I told you, you were in for a treat. Dr. Freyer is just one of my favorite presenters of all time. So let's go ahead and I'm going to finish my presentation. Then we'll take a short break before we go into Dr. Griffith and Dr. Moore's presentation. So we always like to welcome our new employees, and boy, did we get a great catch with Jeff Howlett. This is Jeff. I know many of you, yes. Let me tell you, Jeff has come in here and hit the ground running. He comes to us from Meredith College. He was the CIO there. I know many of the board members, you've probably had interaction with him, but formally we just wanted to introduce Jeff to you. He's our Director of Business Systems. And his forte is certainly with security. And I think that's the way that the organization, with all the changes in IT, we have got to stay ahead. So welcome, Jeff. Congratulations. I tell you, we've had some busy board members as well. Dr. Shakira Henderson, you have been extremely busy. She received her executive MBA from Brown University, IE Business School, in the first photo. Yes. And the second photo is her AWON convention. This is her presidential speech. That stands for the Association of Women's Health, Obstetric, and Neonatal Nurses. I love that dress. It's just blends right in. I was looking at the background. Yes. Yeah. And then the third photo is 2022-23 Leadership North Carolina Class 30. She was the chair. So you've had a busy year in addition to your full-time job and serving us on the board. So thank you very much for all that great work. Another kudos to Dr. Edna Ennis. She received her DBS, Doctorate of Biblical Studies, from the Harvest Time School of the Bible in Wallace, North Carolina. So congratulations, and who knows, we may see you doing some great work in parish nursing in the future as well. And congratulations to Dr. Moore. Her paper that she published in 2020 has had the most read article for the past 6 months in Policy, Politics, and Nursing Practice. So congratulations. And then some of us went to the big gala event at NCSBN, had their 45th anniversary in Chicago this year. And it was an exciting time, everyone dressed in sapphire, and delegate assembly occurs each year in August. So this was the board members and staff who attended, and our big gala event. NCSBN, the former, or he's still current until October 1st. On the left is David Benton, Dr. David Benton, and he will be retiring at the end of this month. In the center is Jay Douglas. She's executive officer from Virginia Board of Nursing, and she has been the chair for the last 4 years. And then on the right is Dr. Phil Dickinson, and he is going to be the new CEO of NCSBN, taking over October 1st. I had the pleasure in August to present with Dr. Dickinson. I chair the NCLEX examination committee, and so we focused on AI and remote proctoring. So that was a highlight of my career. No, thank you. And as you can see, last week, North Carolina Nurses Association, our nursing advocacy, We had a great team there as well. You can see board members and staff. And this is a booth that we had, and we unrolled our new logo and branding out to the nurses. There were over 500 participants this year. And so very exciting and just a great group of people there. So. And we had Rules Review Commission, and yes, is everything going well? Good. Excellent, excellent, yes, yes. So we've had Anna Choi at Rules Review Commission. Catherine Lee's been filling in. Meredith and Rob, our attorneys, are off to law seminar, and then our APR consultant. But let me tell you, these three people pictured here, they have been just spectacular in the amount of work and dedication that they have done. I think sometime when legislators make deadlines, and they gave us one of October 1st, I mean, that was huge to go in there and draft rules. And, you've got to have a lot of people with their hands in, but I want to say there are many people involved, but especially a big thank you to Angela Ellis, Meredith Paris, and Dr. Kimberly Lusana. So thank you all. Yes. I don't think that the board's ever done that we have gotten a charge that we need to get through. So it just made my day that we have now gotten them through temporary rules, and then we will move forward with a permanent rule process for the certified nurse midwives. And then Operation Nightingale, just wanted to give you an update of that as well. Rob Paget, one of our attorneys, created this graph here, but as you can see so far, the total number of Operation Nightingale cases in North Carolina, we're right at 12. And, as we move forward with investigations, we'll probably be seeing a shift from investigations to hearing and settlement very soon. This is a annual audit. Every year we have to get it. Oh my goodness. This year, absolute clean audit, no recommendations, excellent internal controls. So I want to give a big thank you to Gail Bellamy and Hema Parmer. I think Hema, are you in the room? Yes, Hema and Gail. So yes. And I will tell you, Gail turned it over to Hema this year, and boy, she did a great job. So it's always great when we know that we're practicing the way we should be. Just wanted to focus on Tony's department for a minute, because I thought this might be interesting with what Dr. Freyer had presented. So we look at things quarterly. So in looking at our quarterly data, Tony reports to me that we're getting about 110 to 100 applications per week to take the NCLEX examinations. We get 130 to 150 per week for endorsements. And we have 10 to 15 of nurses that go in active status, or 12 to 19 that request retirement status. So I thought this was interesting because, as you can see, we have up to about 280 potential applications for examinations and endorsements. So that's a lot more coming in than we have that are actually going inactive and retiring. And the numbers look great, but at the same time, where are the nurses working, right? And it's in the acute care setting, or are they going into other things? But I thought that was interesting just to share some numbers with you on that. So the next generation NCLEX, much better than we could have ever predicted. And this is the entry-level nurses are required to make increasingly more complex decisions while delivering patient care. And these routinely to care for patients safely and effectively. So I wanted to just show you the RN and the PN. Remember the first quarter, January through March, that is the old NCLEX examination. And then April 1st is when the NGN started. We needed at least a quarter of information before we could make any determinations. So the top one chart is the RN. look at, I'm going to focus because we don't have diploma programs right now in North Carolina. Look at the baccalaureate degree. From the end of March, it was about 83%, and it went up to 95% in that quarter. And then look at the associate degree, from 79% up to 93.9, 94%. I mean, those are fantastic numbers. And then for the LPN, the second chart, the first quarter, we were right at about 80%, and they went up to 90%. So it's great, and this is certainly more reflective of clinical settings in which nurses can make these decisions. So glad to see that the NGN is going well, and it's been a very seamless transition with the NGN. And it really, like I said, the test really mirrors the actual clinical nursing practice. So I'm glad to see those numbers go up, especially since that's the committee I chair, because otherwise we would have had a lot of explaining to do. So, and kudos to our Achieve It team. That's Dr. Sarah Griffin, Angela Ellis, and Angie Mathis. They are our champions for the Achieve It, and we had a nice article written about us, about our strategic plan in the organization. And so I just wanted to share that with you, and it's been a great new platform that we're using to keep up with our strategic plan. Nurse Licensure Compact. Let's see, as of January 2024, it is changing to 60 days when you move into a new state in which you have to change your license. It was previously 90 days. And so we just voted on it in August at Delegate Assembly, and it's going to change, like I said, in January to 60 days. So if you move somewhere then and you change your home location, your driver's license, where you pay taxes, then yes, you have to get endorsed into that state. And one other thing that I would like to talk to you about, you were given from Chandra or Catherine. Catherine's going to pass it out to you. I'll wait until everyone receives a copy. We have had a request, as there are monumental areas that occur in agencies or in education programs, that some places would like a letter of commendation from the North Carolina Board of Nursing. So I drafted a template that we could use for various things, but one might be if a hospital achieves magnet status, which is the highest level of honor awarded by the ANCC and is recognized nationally as a gold standard of nursing excellence. Or it could be used for accreditation status. So when a nurse in education programs, when they become certified CCNE, ASIN, or CNEA, then we could give them a letter of commendation. Or it could merely be for a momentous year that a nurse in education program, they might be celebrating their 50th anniversary, their 100th anniversary. It would be nice if we could, like I said, send a letter of commendation. So I wanted to bring this to you. It's just a template only, and get your feedback and any thoughts you have about this. Okay. I just think it's another way the board can reach out to agencies and all and say congratulations for great work done. Okay. And I will turn it over to Dr. Ingram to make a motion.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. Do I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, which is the staff recommends that the board approve commendation letter be sent on behalf of the board when requested? Thank you. The motion has been made by Tom Menowitz. Do I have a second? It has been seconded by Dr. LaDonna Thomas. All in favor by show of hands. The vote is unanimous. Thank you. Dr. Tillman?
And I think it would be nice if we take a 10-minute break now before we get started into looking at other presentations. So we'll take a 10-minute break. It's say 10:15. We'll come back about 10:25.
Hello again, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your fabulous break. Our board meeting is now back in session. At this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Sarah Griffith to provide our strategic plan update. Dr. Griffith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members and staff and all persons that are in attendance virtually as well as in person. Dr. Tillman has asked me to provide the September 2023 strategic plan update. This presentation is aligned with your agenda item M9 in your packet. As I go through the strategic plan, I'm not going to review every single target identified in the strategic plan. I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the strategic plan. There are numbers at the bottom of my presentation that will align with your packet. So as I'm going through, you'll see at the bottom page number 5 to 6, that'll align with your packet as I'm going through the presentation. In addition, the PowerPoint presentation is included in your folder at your desk. Right. So I have included this slide with every single presentation that I've provided regarding our strategic plan. I think it's vitally important to understand that this is a organizational-wide effort to move forward with our strategic plan. It is not a single person that is driving this. We have individuals that contribute, and we have individuals that do the work of the strategic plan. So we have our Chief at Champions, Angie Mathis, is here with us today. She is the Director of Investigations. We have Angela Ellis, who is our Chief Administrative Officer, and then myself. But we also have a strategic plan team, and those individuals help us identify what targets we need to work towards for each calendar year. Those team members are Dr. Catherine Moore, Joyce Winstead, Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Dr. Kimberly Luciana, Himmer Parmar, Allison Bailey, Daisha Williams, Meredith Paris, Ruth Ann Go, and our newest member, Jeff Hallett. I think he's probably in the back now. So I wanted to acknowledge that this, again, is a team effort to ensure that we are working towards accomplishing our mission, vision, and values that align with our strategic plan. So our first strategic initiative is enhance public protection through collaborative leadership. The first objective, ensure fair, efficient, and effective regulatory processes. There are 4 targets here that I will review. The first one is related to our regulatory processes to ensure that they align with our law and rules. Dr. Moore and Rob Patchett continue to meet to analyze our current policies and where we need to go with our policies, and are developing and have developed a crosswalk in order to streamline that process. Rob has started to edit those policies, and then we'll have each department review those policies to ensure accuracy. The next one is to review recidivism data for practice cases to identify any trends, and the audits of that data have started. The next target is review composition and tenure for board members. The board comp and tenure team has conducted a literature search, and we presented some of our findings to the board governance in August. We'll present additional information at the December board governance meeting. The last target on this slide is to perform positively compared to benchmarks for cycle time and licensure. And again, once we receive all the documents for any type of licensure application, we complete those within 2 to 3 business days. And as Dr. Tillman referenced earlier, we're receiving a lot of applications per week. So that cycle time of 2 to 3 days is amazing. Sorry, my slides weren't advancing. The next objective is to promote legislative change that advances public protection through exemplary nursing care. Our first target is to report on proposed bills that impact the North Carolina Board of Nursing or nursing. I'm not going to go into detail on this because Dr. Moore will provide a very detailed explanation and list of all the legislative bills that she has been monitoring. The next target is to identify and report on topics relevant to the 2023-2024 legislative session, which may require our expertise to educate our legislators. And that is our role, is to educate our legislators. And so the information here is discussing a call from a legislator related to the nurse practitioner approval process, and we engaged in conversations with them to educate them on what that process is. The next objectives provide adequate resources to fund programs, services, and operations through maintaining a strong financial position. The target is perform positively compared to benchmarks for net position, net revenue, liquidity, investment performance, liability assets, revenue expenses, and operating reserve. And as is indicated here, we have met and exceeded all our key performance indicators, and I'll defer any other conversations related to the finance to our Chief Financial Officer, Gail Bellamy. Our next objective is increase visibility and impact of our organization. The first target is related to our website redesign and platform upgrade. The website review team has completed the design phase of the website upgrade, and now the developers are creating our site. The development team will work with our team to migrate and configure all the current website data into the new website data. So more information will be coming on that at our next strategic plan update. The next target is to utilize current technology to provide stakeholders a better understanding how to access our information. And we're utilizing our social media platforms and our website to really push out information to nurses and the public regarding our resources that we have available that we want them to know about. We also have the Nurse Leader Regulatory Orientation session that's conducted by our practice department, our education summit that's offered by our education department, and then the bulletin that we publish 3 times a year. This objective, increase visibility and impact of the organization. Our target is to disseminate information on social media platforms and increase outreach to external organizations. As you can see, we are currently on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and on YouTube. We haven't started Thread. I'm still trying to figure out what Thread is, but that is another social media platform that's out there. But as you can see on this slide, all of our numbers are increasing based off of, I believe, the activities that we've had across the state, presenting at conferences, activity with legislators. We are seeing an increase in individuals following us on social media, and that's where we're really pushing information to nurses to keep them informed of any changes and keep them informed of what is currently going on. We also have our YouTube page that we've had 83 subscribers, and we have 11 videos in that library currently, and this will be another video from our board meeting today that will be added to that. So it gives the public and nurses the opportunity to go back and re-watch these videos if they want to learn more or re-listen to the information that's presented in our board meeting. So really pushing out that outreach to our community. The next target is to provide education sessions for nursing students. We included an advertisement in the summer edition of the Education Communique, which is sent to all program directors and is created by our education department of this availability of education sessions for students. And that's providing a high-level overview of what is the Board of Nursing, what do they do? So providing them some education on how to engage with us as well. Our next strategic initiative is advanced best practices in nursing regulation. The first objective is to conduct, utilize, and disseminate research that expands evidence for regulation. And I can say the first one, we've already heard from the Shep Center this morning on that amazing work that's going to be conducted related to our APRN workforce. And again, Dr. Tillman has approved that proposal, and Dr. Moore is working with the Shep Center on that project. The next objective is to serve as a catalyst for delivery of innovations in education and practice. Talking about rules. Review, revise, and start rulemaking process for the education rules based on the NCSBN Model Act and rules. So August 10th of this year, we had a called board meeting, and the education rules were presented and approved to proceed with the rulemaking process. There is information on our website regarding that rulemaking process, when our public hearing is, and when the public comment period ends. The next objective is to ensure current and evolving roles and responsibilities align with regulation. This target is related to the memorandum of agreement with the Midwifery Joint Committee, and that is to implement phase 1 of the Certified Nurse Midwife rules pursuant to Senate Bill 20. Phase 1, the adoption of those temporary rules has moved forward. We're very excited about that. Had a great team working on that, as Dr. Tillman discussed in her presentation, and we'll be moving towards that permanent rulemaking process as well. The next objective is to identify and address issues in nursing regarding the opioid epidemic, substance use disorders, and mental health. This target is related to the DHHS, PMP, or the CSRS query compliance audits, and to monitor for trends to determine how we can educate licensees regarding the use of that database when they are prescribing controlled substances. Angie Mathis and others met with DHH staff to determine a plan moving forward with this report. The report will identify prescribers who have not registered with the CSRS or are using different DEA numbers not registered. So we can provide some education to those individuals on the importance of registering with a controlled substance reporting system. Our next strategic initiative, cultivate an organization that supports diversity, equity, and inclusion. The first objective is to promote a diverse organizational environment that fosters creativity, innovation, and outstanding leadership. The target is to encourage professional development, leadership preparedness, and succession planning. We are currently collecting data that will be reported at the January board meeting, and this will be an organizational-wide information related to how we're meeting this target. The last strategic initiative is to foster mobility of licensed nurses and facilitate access to safe nursing care. The first objective is to facilitate the safe and effective practice of nurses using telehealth and emerging technologies. The target is related to development of a position statement related to telehealth, telenursing, and the Education and Practice Committee has heard from representatives from various settings on the utilization of telehealth. The next Education and Practice meeting will be held on November 3rd, where they'll continue to engage in more conversation related to telehealth and telenursing. So next steps, our Achieve It Champions and Strategic Plan team will develop and draft potential targets for 2024. Dr. Tillman will review, edit, and approve those targets. And then the Achieve It Champions will start our work on updating the plan and facilitating those monthly updates so we can bring that information back to the board at each board meeting. At the January 2024 board meeting, you will see a highlight of the accomplishments from calendar year 2022 and 2023, and those new targets will be reviewed with you all. Any questions?
Any questions for Dr. Griffith? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the strategic plan update. Moving to agenda item M10, legislative update, I would like to recognize Dr. Catherine Moore.
I did get a tutorial again, and it's still not working. There we go, wrong color. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my pleasure to present a legislative update to you this morning, board members. I don't know where to start with this. My presentation slides, I submitted a few days ago. I waited to the last minute to do it because session was, not occurring. And then lo and behold, the budget was submitted yesterday afternoon. And so what you have in your packet associated with, I think it's M10 is a dashboard list that was run off of the LexisNexis bill tracking software that we use. And so that is a comprehensive list of all of the bills that we're monitoring. The information I'm going to share with you this morning is just really focused in on some of these latest activities we've seen and some of the major activities this session related to the work that you do in nursing in general. I will give a little bit of information about the budget that was submitted yesterday in that conference report, the actual policy bill was 625 pages, and the revised committee report was, like with all of the appropriations, was about 780 pages. So about 1,400 pages of light reading yesterday evening. So I'll start off with just some summary points of this session. The session convened January 11th of 2023, and the LexisNexis tool actually does some projected timelines for when session will end. In North Carolina, we don't have a statutory requirement for when the session ends. And so the original projection for when session would end was September 15th, and here we are, September 21st. So the new one in LexisNexis said they're projecting September 29th. So we'll see how things go with the budget votes today and tomorrow and any other work that they're doing. We've had about 1,650 bills filed this session. Only 120 have been chaptered, which is about 7% of bills filed actually becoming law so far this session. 16 have been vetoed. 14 bills have been overridden. There are currently 2 sitting in the Senate Rules Committee and have not yet been placed on the calendar for an override vote. So jumping into some of the highlighted legislation from this session. Earlier in the session, the health access to healthcare options Medicaid expansion bill did pass. But remember that bill was tied, its implementation is tied to our budget passing this session. And so the last several weeks, there's been discussion about pulling Medicaid out of the budget and having it in a bill with casinos. There was a lot of back and forth and delay with when those discussions were being taking place. What has occurred is they're not having a separate bill. Medicaid, that piece stayed within the budget in those discussions, and I think they're tabling the casino plans for this session. Dr. Griffith mentioned Senate Bill 20, the Care for Women, Children, and Families Act that our staff have been working with the Midwifery Joint Committee on rulemaking. So that did pass earlier this session. One less well-known fact related to that bill is when it originally passed, the historical information about it, that language, recall, was originally drafted in 2014. And it was it was proposed legislation. And then when Senate Bill 20 was going through, in the last minute, there was a lot of information put together in there, and the midwifery language was added without consultation with the North Carolina chapter of American Nurse Midwives, without the North Carolina Nurses Association, and nobody gave the Board of Nursing a call. It was just put in that bill. And so when it became law very quickly, board staff knew that they were going to have to work with the Midwifery Joint Committee to work on rules. And we did some analysis of what was in that piece of legislation, and we realized that we needed more clarity around some of the definitions because times have changed since 2014. Also, there was not clarity around the statutory reference for the Midwifery Joint Committee. It actually referenced the Joint Subcommittee, not the Midwifery Joint Committee. And in addition to that, just with conversations about clarifying that the Midwifery Joint Committee is a functioning board and it has the same broad rulemaking authority. So these points were discussed among staff, and we were able to talk with Representative White, also able to talk with Senator Berger's health policy advisor about some of the questions that we had. And what ended up happening is those changes that were necessary were put into a PCS for a bill that was in the House Health Committee meeting, and they passed it unanimously. The chair asked board staff to present it to the committee. And so we were available for questions, and it passed unanimously on the House and Senate floor without any questions. And so that helped with the work of the committee. The North Carolina Health and Human Services Workforce Act, or House Bill 125, has a few sections in it that are pertinent to nursing and the Board of Nursing. One of them is this Part 7, develop a plan to transition Nurse Aid 1 education and training programs to the Board of Nursing. That is a report that Senator Lee has requested. He was the senator that was behind this thought. And my understanding is from talking that this bill did not pass concurrence. It was sent to a conference committee for the different legislators to talk through and make adjustments to it. And so my understanding is, though, that this piece of legislation will pass. And so the Board of Nursing will be tasked to collaborate with DHHS to look at the legislation or look at the requirements for those programs, create a timeline, and just kind of talk about and propose legislation or draft it for what would be needed for this to occur. Another piece that is in that same bill is Part 8, Protect Healthcare Workers from Violence. It's also known as the Hospital Violence Protection Act. That is to address some of the concerns that we have related to healthcare violence against healthcare workers. And so, again, that piece was in the conference report, or excuse me, the draft that did not pass, and it's in conference committee. And I haven't really heard any updates about the status of that, but that conference committee is discussing it. In addition, there is federal legislation that was introduced called the Workplace Violence Prevention for Healthcare and Social Service Workers Act that was introduced in Congress and the Senate on April 18th, 2023, but there hasn't been any movement on that federal piece of legislation since it was introduced. So we've all been eagerly looking for discussions of the SAVE Act this session. Unfortunately, the SAVE Act, although it has been introduced in both the House and the Senate, has not had any hearing committees. There was some discussion early on about perhaps it being included in the budget. That has not happened this session yet, but there is still active discussion at the legislature related to the SAVE Act. And earlier in session, right before the bills were filed, recall that the Board of Nursing was asked to give a presentation to the Senate Healthcare Committee regarding the regulatory waivers that were in place for nurse practitioners during the COVID emergency. And they asked us if there was, if we saw any increase in disciplinary cases of nurse practitioners. So we were able to present data to show no, it was before, during, and after. We looked at what disciplinary rates were for nurse practitioners, and we did not see an increase in disciplinary cases. So that is additional information related to this discussion the board was able to provide to the Senate Healthcare Committee. So registered nurses in schools, House Bill 382, is a bill that was that actually made crossover this session, and it's in Senate rules right now. And what this bill would do is allow registered nurses that have a certain, at least 2 years of experience in a healthcare area, to be providers of school nursing services. And it's saying that they are not required do not have to have that national recognition by a national organization. A key piece to that is, they won't be required to have the 4-year requirements that the national organization currently does require. And I've highlighted that statutory reference because in a few slides, I'm going to show you a difference between this bill and what was put in both the House and Senate versions of the budget and what has ended up in the conference report related to school nurses. So this is just revising that particular statute. Senate Bill 411, when House Bill 382 didn't progress in the Senate, the House added that same language to Senate Bill 411 in the House. Again, another way of trying to get that school nurse legislation moving. And then in the budget, in the current conference report for the budget, you can see that statutory reference that was being updated or altered in the other legislation is being repealed in this budget legislation. So if I will have to check with attorneys on this. If the budget passes first and then one of these other bills pass, I don't know if if it would supersede. I don't know how they would reconcile those two pieces of legislation. Yeah, so that's going to be some additional inquiry that we're going to have to do. Additional legislation that has been filed this session, Senate Bill 310. This would require the North Carolina AHEC to research and report on the current approaches for engaging clinical training sites for and precepting experiences. This language was also included in the House version of the budget, but it did not make it into the conference report. physician passive income prohibited. This was a bill that would prevent physicians for charging nurse practitioners and certified nurse midwives for that collaborative or supervisory relationship. If they did charge, it would create a Class 2 misdemeanor, and there were also fines associated with it. This was in the Senate version of the budget. It did not end up in the conference report that was filed yesterday. Anesthesia care TEFRA compliance included requirements for anesthesiologists to comply with while they're supervising certified registered nurse anesthetists. And it would require that insurance only reimburse anesthesiologists for 50% of the rate when providing the medical direction for a CRNA. This was in the Senate version of the budget. It was not in the conference report filed yesterday. But again, these are all standalone bills, and even though they didn't make crossover, things can get added, but we'll see. So, I've referenced the conference report related to the 2023 Appropriations Act, and I've actually gone through several of the pieces that were in various versions and, commented on what has ended up in the conference report. So this is just kind of a summative slide about some of the information I've already reviewed. But just to give you some of the numbers that are in the conference report related to school nurses, they have a bucket of money for school health personnel that they increased funding for to reflect the extra school nurse, school counselor, and social worker positions that they're wanting to fund this session. It also, the conference report does include that certified school nurses will receive a 10% salary supplement in their monthly salary. And it does include provisions related to that Senate Bill 310 for AHEC to study the clinical preceptor sites. There was actually additional information related to creating community-based medical teaching practices to provide clinical training in a team-based care environment. So your physician, your nurse practitioner, your physician's assistant. So to give more of that clinical experience in a collaborative environment. And one piece of note related to the review and the report on the preceptors, the Board of Nursing is named as one of the organizations that AHEC will collaborate on for that report. So the budget does include rate adjustments for community college nursing faculty. And then this is the information that shows what was in the conference report budget. And then that, in addition to that, the UNC system had the same, also has the 10%. And then one addition in this conference report is there's about 5 pages of provisions that will amend the rulemaking procedures in the Administrative Procedures Act. I did not review all of that in detail yesterday, but I have forwarded it to our staff attorneys and to Angela Ellis, our rulemaking coordinator, so that they can get a good look at it and make sure that we're in compliance with the new rules. And I believe that begins on page 510 of the bill, if anyone's interested in some more light reading. So where we are with the Appropriations Act, it failed its concurrence vote in May, and then yesterday the conference committee, submitted the report, and it's available to the public, and it's placed on the calendar for a vote today, and they'll continue votes tomorrow as well. So it hopefully will have a budget sometime soon. And then the end of my presentation, I just wanted to highlight that one of our board members was in a bill this session. He was reappointed by the speaker. And that's the conclusion of my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Are there any questions for Dr. Moore? Always appreciate the updates, and that saves us plenty of time from having to read 700+ pages of light reading. So thank you. And congratulations, Tom, on your bill. We have Tom's Chicken, and now Tom has a bill. Moving on to agenda item M11, Performance Measures Scorecard. I would again like to recognize Dr. Catherine Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me switch my slides real quick. So you should have a copy of this presentation under item M11 in your packet. We'll say I did the last minute review of my slides, and I think I moved one around and altered one as well. But I'm going to get all of my updated slides to Catherine Soderberg so that they can be updated online for you to have the current version. As Dr. Griffith mentioned earlier, the work we do here as staff, it's never in a silo. And this project, even though I'm the person presenting the information to you, I had a bunch of contributors from, every department that I'm reporting on. After I worked with, my team in Power BI to kind of get the data in there and create the visualizations, we were able to disseminate them and talk with the different departments and, just get that information validated, and then also ask the experts among staff about the key points that I needed to bring to you today, and what you need to be aware of regarding the metrics that we're monitoring for you. So these pie charts reflect the breakdown for this fiscal year, so July 1st, 2022 through June 30th of 2023. As you can see, RNs comprise the majority of the actively licensed workforce in North Carolina, and nurse practitioners comprise more than 70% of our active APRNs in the state. These are my 5-year trend lines for the various licensee categories that we have. For our RNs, the 5-year trend shows overall growth. We did see that growth slowed between 2021 and 22, but that has picked back up. And I'm going to not belabor this slide because I know that Dr. Frere really did a good presentation of kind of where things currently are. For our LPNs, we are seeing that overall decline for the past 5 years. We had a slight increase in growth this fiscal year, but overall that 5-year trend is showing a lower or a slow growth. For nurse practitioners, again, that's the category where we've seen the most growth over the last 5 years, and I think it's about a 77% increase over the past 5 years. So a lot of growth in the nurse practitioner population. 5-year trend for CRNAs shows overall growth. We did have a dip in 21-22, but we have had some recovery from that. Certified nurse midwives, again, has overall growth. We had a slight decline last fiscal year, but this year that's improving, and it will be really interesting to see what will happen after these, this new Midwifery Practice Act is implemented, allowing that path to full practice authority for nurse midwives in the state. And then our clinical nurse specialists, again, overall growth for the past 5 years. And then our nurse aide 2 category, you can see that the trend there is trending down overall, and with that marked decline since 2021. For our RN demographics, the average age is about 46 years. We've got more than half of our actively licensed registered nurses born between 1950 and 1965, with about 36% between 1980 and 1994. Race and identified gender are optional categories on the application. People don't have to report that. But the RN population, from what is reported, is showing predominantly Caucasian and female. For our LPN population, there's a similar makeup regarding age, and with the average age of 47, more than half of the actively licensed LPNs are born between 1950 and 1965, and again, with about 34% born between 1980 and 1994. Race and gender demographics are not required reporting, although among those that did report, still we're seeing predominantly Caucasian and female. However, there is a little bit of a difference between our RN and our LPN population, with the LPN population having about twice the amount of individuals who are reporting African American status. And so there's a little bit more racial diversity among our LPN population versus our RN, although there is still a lot of work to be done to get our nursing population to reflect the population that it serves. Our corps and LLCs remain steady without any major changes as compared with last fiscal year. The professional LLCs show a modest increase. We had about 1,400 last year versus the 1,700 this year. And I think for our corporations, we had a slight decrease. We had about 270 last year, and you're seeing 263 for this year. So as of May 2023, we had 144 nursing programs, and I've broken them down here according to category. Watts School of Nursing was our only diploma program. They have since revised their curriculum to meet the baccalaureate requirements, and they're thriving as a baccalaureate program at this time. And you, the board, approve new programs at every board meeting, and this is just showing that this, what it's looked like since 2021. And you've so far approved 4 programs this fiscal year. We are continuing to see program director turnover, and so this graph is reflecting, what that turnover has looked like in this state. So these trend lines represent the increased capacity of nursing student enrollments in North Carolina between between 2019 and then May of 2023. That blue line represents an increase in the maximum enrollment of expanding enrollment in current nursing programs. And then that orange line represents an increase in enrollment based on new programs that are approved. So during this time frame, we've seen an increase in student enrollment capacity of close to 3,000. About 2,000 of that is due to new programs being approved, with around 1,000 due to existing programs requesting increased capacity. And, you can see that we had a dramatic increase between 2020 and 2022 in capacity, and we've seen some this year. But the education department really anticipates that 2024 will be a big year for new programs, and they do have several LPN programs that are in the pipeline because of the renewed interest in using the LPN population to help address the shortage needs in different areas. So we know that, one measure of a program's ability to prepare graduates to safely practice is the NCLEX exam. And, Dr. Tillman, showed the more recent information about implementation of the next gen. This slide, I think, is really good to point out that North Carolina consistently ranks high as compared to national average in our programs. And so we've got good quality programs in the state. For our practical nursing programs, ranking 15 among all jurisdictions. For our ADN programs, ranking 10 among all jurisdictions. And then for baccalaureate, ranking 13 among all jurisdictions for the pass rate. So that's something to be proud of in North Carolina. So North Carolina had a record number of applications for examination this year. We had more than 10,700 applications received. About 27% of those, or around 2,900, were from repeat test takers during the first part of the fiscal year. And we're thinking that this had something to do with people that were trying to take the old version before the new version came out because they didn't know what they were going to get. And this is, consistent with what the National Council of State Boards of Nursing found. From their perspective, they said that 78% of test takers in the first quarter of the calendar year were repeat test takers. Again, trying to get that in before that April date. Our application cycle time remains strong. For the non-US RN cycle times, you'll see that is a difference from the 2 to 3 days, but that's because of extra time that it takes to obtain a social security number, get your English proficiency exam results, or results of any transcripts that need to be evaluated as part of that process. So we've had about 6,700 nurses licensed by exam this fiscal year, and that's an increase from last year's count of around 6,300. This table denotes the count of newly licensed nursing nurses according to the program from which they graduated. And the list goes on also to include out-of-state programs, but the top programs are depicted in that graph there, and you can see that they're North Carolina programs. We had about 6,400 nurses licensed by endorsement this year. Dr. Frere pointed out in her presentation that we get about half of our licensees from out of state, half from in-state. Last year, we actually had more licensed by endorsement versus exam, and that's flipped a little bit this year. But again, it's really important to keep this in mind because we're talking about those efforts for increasing the nursing workforce. But we really, through increasing programs and graduates, but it's really important to do what we can to maintain that environment so that people that come here to work want to stay here and stay at the bedside to work. So if
Catherine, and before we move on, I just wanted to recognize Tony Graham and his team. Tony's sitting over there like a proud father about how well
Yes.
licensed you're doing, and they really are, his department's the heartbeat. So fantastic job, turnaround time, and we're just very proud of that. So thank you, Tony, and your team.
oops, I'm going backwards. So some of you may recall my scorecard presentation last fiscal year. There was legislation both at the state and national level regarding sexual assault nurse examiner programs. There's been an increase in funding available with the hope of increasing the graduates from these programs and the practitioners that are able to provide this care to patients. So this is just some information from this fiscal year. At the end of it, we had 12 active programs, including 3 programs that were approved during the fiscal year. So moving on to our complaints and investigations information. Whoops. North Carolina Board of Nursing had around 1,700 complaints logged during the past fiscal year. You'll note that on the top row of this table that it doesn't actually list an allegation category. These are for complaints that were received and that were not assigned an allegation. So for items that may not be within the jurisdiction of the Board of Nursing, complaints about facilities or someone who is not a nurse, or no name given. Those are some examples of why that count of that blank category. The percentage of public complaints received is consistent with prior years. We receive more public complaints than complaints from employers, and the use of the North Carolina Board of Nursing complaint evaluation tool, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail, has helped employers kind of think through that process and determine what they need to submit a complaint for to the board versus what doesn't meet that threshold. So this depicts the complaints by license type. As you can see, consistent with previous years, RNs are the greatest percentage of complaints received. The top categories of allegations include criminal charges and convictions, failure to maintain minimum standards, diversion of drugs, neglect, and exceeding scope. So out of the complaints filed this year, 996 led to the creation of cases being opened. We had 479 that were accepted as information. We had 169 linked to existing cases, and then 52 that were not licensed nurses, and then 17 identified as not being in our jurisdiction. So this is the complaint evaluation tool I mentioned a few minutes ago, and this was developed to aid employers in evaluating those practice matters to determine what should be reported to the board. Prior to the launch of this, employers would report everything to the board, and so this has really helped them think through that process. And this is for practice matters only. It's not used for issues of conduct like impairment, theft, abuse, or fraud. And then there is an electronic copy of that if any of you want to see it on the board's website in any greater detail. So this graph depicts some metrics of the consultations from this fiscal year and those that ended up being reported to the board based on use of that complaint evaluation tool versus those that were not, it wasn't necessary to report to the board. This slide shows the primary allegations noted in those consultations. So top allegations included failure to provide a standard of care and then neglect. We had 1,112 investigations open this fiscal year. More than half of those investigations were registered nurses and about 19% LPNs. And this is a breakdown of investigations closed by license type, and it remains consistent with past years. So among the cases resolved during the fiscal year, the top primary allegations included criminal charge or conviction, DWI, diversion of drugs, failure to maintain a standard or minimum standards, criminal charge conviction, other, and exceeding scope. So our average investigative phase cycle time was 137 days, and this is actually better than we did last year with 141 days. And all of this is still well within the National Council State Boards of Nursing recommendations, in that cases should be, the cycle time for the cases should be within 6 to 12 months. So we're well within that threshold, and then even improving in this metric as compared with last year. So among the cases resolved during the fiscal year, the top primary violation categories include that criminal charge conviction, diversion of drugs, failure to maintain minimum standards, and neglect. And what I did in this slide, I also pulled out to show you the criminal charge and conviction violation. You'll see that the average cycle time for that is quite a bit longer than our just overall average cycle time, and that's because of matters that are out of the control of the investigator. They're waiting on, a criminal case adjudication and that final resolution that needs to take place before that case can be closed. So Meredith Paris was very helpful to me last year in just helping me think through how cases are resolved. And I just feel it's good to kind of give a refresher before I share the additional information. So, 3 ways. Your consent order is that offer from you, the board, or the joint subcommittee to resolve the case. And that could be drug monitoring programs, non-disciplinary consent orders, and those published consent orders. And those offers are made pursuant to you protocols that are approved by you, the board. And in these cases, the licensee agrees to the findings of fact and the violations alleged, and then the resolution that's offered from the board. So that's your consent order. For settlement, the licensee agrees to the underlying findings of fact, but wishes to request a different outcome. And then for hearings, those are held when the licensee contests the facts or doesn't respond to the board. And then of note, most cases are resolved through those consent orders. So among the case resolutions this fiscal year, those top final actions included legal insufficiency. So those were items that didn't meet the threshold for burden of proof, which is that clear and convincing evidence. Letter of concern, that would be when your violation is noted. And then based on utilization of just culture and the established protocols, a letter of concern is issued. Non-disciplinary consent orders, reprimand with conditions, and then suspension. The previous slides showed information about the total cases resolved during the fiscal year. With those board-approved protocols in place, most are resolved before it is necessary to bring them before the board. However, this chart shows the number of cases where the licensee exercised their right to come before the board when they contested that original offer. So licensees engaging in legal proceedings continue to follow the previous patterns. Again, we got the majority of them are RNs, followed by the LPNs. So participants who enter into the compliance program, that's remained steady. Non-disciplinary consent ordered courses remain the top non-probationary program. And then entrance in the alternative program for nurses in recovery was the top category for participants in the probationary program. This slide shows the total participants exiting compliance programs during the fiscal year according to their status when they exited. So you can see that we have, more than 76% that are successfully completing their compliance program. So this is pulling those exiting the program apart from your non-probationary and your probationary. So you can see those that are in the non-probationary program, the vast majority of them are successful in completing the program. And then this graph displays the monitoring status of individuals exiting probationary program according to each monitoring type. And then I've got the total of individuals in the parentheses at the end. So at the end of the fiscal year, the compliance category breakdown of participants included approximately 35% related to published consent orders for the discipline program for nurses in recovery, 30% non-disciplinary consent order for the alternative program for nurses in recovery, and then almost 13% of participants with a published consent order for non-screeners with a probationary license. And I'm done.
Thank you, Kat.
Probably won't be.
Any questions for Dr. Moore? Yes, Dr.
Dr.
Thomas.
Moore, this was a great report. Thank you. I do have one question specifically in regard to the exam applications submissions by program. Why, just out of curiosity, why did the report not include North Carolina A&T, North Carolina Central University, and Fayetteville State University?
So you're asking about the exam applications?
Yes.
So thank you for the question. So this, I can't fit all of the list on one screen, so I was able to pull it down as far as I could. And this is ordered according to the highest number. So it's in descending order.
Okay, that makes it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Just comments, no questions, but just a couple of things. So one, the 137-day turnaround is actually, I think, phenomenal. It's not just meeting the benchmark. So I think it's great that, and I applaud the team for doing that. People don't realize, I don't think the general public doesn't realize that in other states, it's minimum 6-9 months and then longer than that in many situations. So great work there. I would recommend that the resolution cases definitions that we put that out to the board and the team just to help remember, especially oncoming new board members. I think if we do that already, and because I haven't been through the orientation detail, but if we don't, I would recommend putting that there because that's very valuable. So thank you for putting those definitions out today. And then as it relates to the sexual assault nurse examiner, the board I applaud the board, both staff and the board members of supporting it. I cannot tell you how important that is. There are so many cases that are not reported, and you need eyes on this and fingers on the pulse, so to speak, in all areas within healthcare. And so those sexual assault nurses are just unbelievably valuable to the community. Not only and a lot of people think it's just a traditional sexual assault rape cases. It's not. They are taking on intimate partner violence. They're taking on trafficking. They are trained to do the cases, but they're also trained to look for those other types of violent issues or incidents. So please stay very focused and support that from a board perspective and from a staff perspective, because the community needs it more than we ever could imagine. So great work again, highlighting that.
I have a question, Catherine. I think you exhibited this on one of your slides, but the RNs that we endorse in North Carolina versus those who are originally licensed in North Carolina, are there, in terms of violations, is one higher than the other, or do you have that information, that data?
Madam Chair, let me see if I can clarify the question. So you are wanting a comparison of people who were originally licensed in North Carolina versus those who endorse, and the percentage of violations seen?
Yeah, is one
Between
higher
the
than
two.
the other?
I did not do that analysis, and I I can look into seeing if I can pull that together and following up with you, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious.
Yep.
Thank you. Additional questions for Dr. Moore? Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. We appreciate your phenomenal presentations, always very informative. At this time, if it's okay with the board, we will take a 10-minute break. Let's take 15. Let's come back at 11:45, and we will proceed. Thank you. Okay, I do realize that it's a few minutes earlier than what I had previously anticipated, but we'll go ahead and get started back since everybody is here. I would now like to recognize the following committee chair for the Finance Committee, Mr. Tom Menowitz. Also would like to recognize members of the Finance Committee, Dr. Edna Innes, Dr. LaDonna Thomas, and Dr. Shakira Henderson. And of course, board staff, our board staff liaison, Ms. Gail Bellamy. And so for the agenda item M12, Finance Committee summary, Mr. Tom Menowitz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee met back on August the 9th, and we reviewed a few of the important financial statements, which were the statement of net position, the statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in net position. So I'll run through some of these really quick. The statement of net position summarizes the financial position as of June 30th, 2023, and the assets totaled $28,169,168, and our liabilities totaled $10,079,523, which gave us a net position total of $18,089,645. The statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in net position details how the financial position changes during the fourth quarter of our fiscal year. And the revenue, which was derived from operating revenue, totaled $11,566,637, which was an increase of almost $400,000 at $394,895, or about 3.5% increase over the previous year. The operating expenditures totaled $10,860,241, which was an increase of $949,607, or a 9.5% increase. The net operating revenue totals were $776,895, and our non-operating expense totals were $21,691, which gave us a resultant net change in net position was $1,461,600. Some of the key performance indicators as of June 30th, 2023, we had a change in our net position, which reflected an 8.8% increase, and the target is just to be a positive change in net position. Our operating reserve, which I think is unbelievably impressive, the financial position reflects the equivalent of 14 months of operating expenses as unrestricted. The target is to have 6 months of operating expenses unrestricted. So we have over 2 times the amount available to us if needed. The debt to asset ratio is 35.78, and that target is to be below 50%. So again, we're in great shape there. The liquidity is a 4.62 to 1 ratio of asset to liability, and the target ratio is a 2 to 1 asset to liability ratio. So again, we're in great shape with all of the things financially. I think as we introduce Wes and Jessica, they will give us some good news this time.
So I'll get us started and then let Wes talk a little bit about the markets. But yes, we do. We've got some positive news, as I'm sure everyone is happy to hear. So I'll start just with a quick overview of the existing portfolio that we help with the board to manage. The stock account makes up about 32% of the board's overall portfolio, and bond account makes up about 68%. That's the overall allocation. And then some performance numbers. So all of my numbers are going to be as of the end of July. So the stock account through the end of July was up 9.42%. Bond account through the end of July was up 2.21%. So when we look at the combination of the two, total portfolio up 4.51%. Some comparison numbers. What did the markets do? S&P 500 through that same time frame was up 20.3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 8.8%. We'll talk a little bit about the discrepancy there. It's quite the difference in performance when you look at the S&P versus the Dow. We'll talk a little bit about what that means for the markets. When we look at a more accurate comparison for the board's accounts, exactly kind of how it's allocated, that comparison was up about 10.8%. So right there in line with the stock account up 9.4. And then the bond index was up 1.4% in that same, the US aggregate bond index. Okay. Any questions on that before I let Wes talk about the interesting market situation we're in? Okay.
Well, my wife likes to say I'm a Debbie Downer, and so Jessica just has told you all the good news. I'm gonna bring it back down to reality. We still are forecasting a recession at Wells Fargo Advisors. Our strategy team there is forecasting a recession. I'm sure I sound like the boy who cried wolf, as I probably presented this the last time I was in here. And I heard somebody describe it like this: the recession has been delayed, but it will not be denied. We still think a recession is likely. In fact, we would be surprised if we did not have a recession. Sometimes when people start doubting, and a lot of firms have changed their forecast to not include a recession this year. When you see a lot of doubting of the recession, is really means we're maybe a little bit closer to when it actually happens. So that was the way it was in 07, when I remember as we approached the 08-09 recession, and it was like that when I first started in the business in like 98 and 99 ahead of the tech bubble. So we think it's going to be a mild recession. Let me just say that to give everybody feeling a little bit better about things today. It's a mild recession that we're forecasting, nothing like 08-09. And the reason we're forecasting a recession is we have gone through, over the last little over a year, the fastest rate hike period tightening cycle that we've ever seen. If I showed you a chart of it, it's the steepest, quickest rate hike cycle that we've ever been through in our recent history. In addition to that, we've had bank failures at the beginning of the year, and where all banks have tightened their lending standards. So it's harder to get a loan now. And when you take out a loan, it's not at 2 or 3%. It's at 7, 8, 9, 10%, depending on if you're an individual or a business. And credit, or borrowing and lending, is like oxygen to the economy, and there's less of it that's taking place in the markets today. And so it only makes sense when there's less credit that there would be slower growth. And so it just takes time for all that to happen in the markets. So just like the Federal Reserve forecasted yesterday, we have been forecasting one more interest rate increase before the end of the year. We did not get our increase yesterday, but we are expecting one more through the end of the year, because we still have a ways to go. Inflation is at 3 or 4%, and the Federal Reserve's target is 2%. So we have a ways to go. And especially with, if you pay attention to where commodity prices are today, oil has gone from like $60 a barrel just a couple months ago to now $90 a barrel. So here we have oil and gas prices spiking back up. So we really think there's potential for a little bit of a spike in inflation coming into the end of the year, which confirms that, yes, they will have to raise rates most likely one more time and leave rates higher for longer. So that's where we are. And on top of that, recently we've had news like the UAW strike, the United Auto Workers, a potential government shutdown in October. And while none of those individually don't bring down an economy to a recession, the problems are starting to mount. And those are additional things that could weigh on the economy. And but the real issue is rates are much higher, there's less lending. So we are still recommending to be cautious and stay with high quality investments that can weather a recession. And that's the way we are positioned. So we have really high quality investments, whether it's stocks or bonds. And so I think we're positioned appropriately. And just like Jess said, Jess talked about the S&P 500 was up close to 20% through July. It's now only up about 15%. We have had a significant pullback. There are just a handful of stocks that are pulling up the whole S&P 500 index. So the S&P 500 index is a market capitalization weighted index where the larger companies influence the index the most. And so a handful of stocks, we call them the Magnificent 5 or 7, whatever you want to call them, but it's Microsoft, Apple, Google, Netflix, NVIDIA, and some of these mega cap tech stocks that have done really well this year. But if you take those names out of the index, it's only up like 3 or 4% this year. So most of the market is not having a really good year this year. It's just these mega cap tech names. And anytime you see that, it's not a good sign. Like for a healthy market, you want more broader participation from lots of different sectors of the economy and the markets. So that explains a little bit of the difference in performance, and I think we're positioned appropriately, and I'll stop there. That's all we have for you this morning. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Debbie. So I do have a question for you. I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but when you talk about the U.S. economy teetering on whether or not we're going to have a recession, what about worldwide? How do we compare in the U.S. compared to a worldwide economy?
We're actually a little stronger in the U.S. than other parts of the world. China's having issues. Europe is more energy dependent on oil and natural gas than we are, and so they are in a more difficult situation than we are. We think it's going to be a global slowdown, and there's most of the global central markets, the Federal Reserve around, individual countries' Federal Reserves are raising rates. And so we think it's going to be a global slowdown. But how do you describe it? The U.S. might be the cleanest dirty shirt in the laundry.
Thanks, Debbie. So, and I think you've pointed this out before. I don't remember if you've done it in this whole meeting, but correct me if I'm wrong here, the stock market tends to look forward 6 months, while economists tend to look back 6 months and for determination of recessions, because the numbers are trailing.
That's true.
So hopefully we can have that soft landing that everybody talks about.
We're hoping for that, but it's not our base case scenario. But a mild recession would not be that bad. I'm just being more of a downer, and so I'm sorry, but longer term, the backdrop is favorable. We have inflation coming down, and likely sometime late next year, rates will come back down again, which means we start a new economic cycle, and so the long-term backdrop is favorable. I just think we got to go through a little bit of short-term pain to get to the next expansion cycle in the economy. So I will end on a positive note. The long-term backdrop is pretty good. Just be ready for what's to come. Well, we don't have a crystal ball, so I don't want to. I don't want to look, come across like we do. When we pinpoint our strategy team and ask them questions like that, they point towards the end of the year this year or in the first quarter of next year. So
Which is in alignment with what you had last time. About 12.
yeah, but in fairness, before that, we thought it was going to happen sooner. Like, we really thought the recession would hit in the first or second quarter of this year, and it did not. So that's where we are. That's why I feel like I'm crying wolf, is I've said this for several quarters and it just hasn't happened. So we say this with a lot of humility and the fact that a lot can change.
Better to be the underdog.
Yeah. Well, and we're kind of, and what we're really doing with the board's investments is, I think if we err on the side of caution, we're going to be okay. So that's what we're really doing.
Any other questions? Thank y'all very much.
Thanks for having
Gail,
us.
did you have anything to add, or Hema? Okay, thank y'all. Madam Chair?
Well, thank you, Finance Committee. We appreciate the report, the positive and the negative. Not happy about a recession, but glad to know since there will be one, it will be mild. So maybe no steak, but chicken and fish will be just fine. Yes, yeah. Yes. Especially. So, board members, I do realize we recently had a break, but lunch is here. And so it's around 12 noon. So we will go ahead and break for lunch, and we will come back and finish the remaining components of our board meeting around at about a quarter till, so 45-minute break. Thank you. Ready? All right. All right, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch as much as I did. And we will now reconvene for our board meeting. We are at agenda item M13, presentation of slate of candidates. And so I would like to recognize the following. Ms. Arlene Imes, who is chair of the nominating committee. Her committee members include Dr. Anna Seaman and Dr. Shakira Henderson. And the board staff liaison is the infamous Chandra Graves. I will now turn it over to Arlene.
Hello, everyone. I'm following two tough acts, money and food. But I do want again to recognize the committee, Dr. Shakira Henderson and Dr. Anna Seaman, who is not here, and always Chandra. The 2024 slate of candidates for the North Carolina Board of Nursing, chair and vice chair. For chair, we have Dr. LaDonna Thomas and Ms. Diane Layton. And for vice chair, we have Ms. Arlene Imes, Dr. Laura Bartlett, and Dr. Edna Ennis. Do we have any nominations from the floor? Seeing none. Madam Chair, on behalf of the nominating committee, I move the board accept the slate of candidates for chair and vice chair is outlined in agenda item M13. Each candidate will have 3 minutes to address the board if they choose. So we'll start with, we'll recognize the chair candidates first. We'll recognize Dr. LaDonna Thomas to give a 3-minute remark if you choose.
Got so much stuff over here. Thank you, Ms. Imes. I have to live with myself and so I have to be fit for myself to know. I want, as the days go by, to look myself straight in the eye. I don't want to stand with the setting sun and hate myself for the things I've done. I want to stand with my head held erect. I want to deserve all others' respect. I cannot hide myself from me. I see what others may not see. I know what others may not know. I cannot fool myself, and so whatever happens, LaDonna wants to be self-respecting and conscience-free. Now, you may be wondering, did the poet Edgar Guest insert my name into his poem titled Myself? No, I inserted my name. The point I want to make, my philosophy in leading in connection with the poem, is that if chosen as chair, I will make every effort to be self-respecting and conscience-free with making board decisions that can affect the lives and the welfare of others. As chair, I believe it's the duty that one should possess, which carries the responsibility and charge of not only abiding by the mission, vision, and values of the board, protecting the public, but a position with the responsibility of creating stepping stones and eradicating stumbling blocks. Whether it be the action of removing barriers with one of the board's goals regarding the SAVE Act, or the action of removing barriers regarding not allowing others the opportunity to voice his or her concern or opinions without having preconceived notions. It is also my position of the chair to adhere to the board's stance on diversity and inclusivity for all. As I stated last year, and as I always believe, I learned at an early age that no matter what race, creed, color, sexual orientation, ethnicity, religious background, it is the duty of humans to create an environment and to treat others with respect and the dignity we all so well deserve. For me, collegiality and collaboration is at the vanguard when when being considered for this position. Working in synergy with others and respecting others is paramount. I have been a nurse leader, a servant nurse leader for over 22 years, and I believe in unity. In closing, last year I did jokingly talk about the boardroom being cold and the need for board members to have a blanket with the board's logo. Well, thank you, board staff, for following through. If chosen as chair, just as you have followed through to ensure that the board members are comfortable and not distracted by the 0-degree temperatures in the boardroom while making board decisions, I plan to follow through and continue to uphold the board's mission, vision, and values, protecting the public together in collaboration with everyone. Finally, it would be a blessing and an honor to have your vote as the 2024 chair of the North Carolina Board of Nursing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Now we will recognize Ms. Diane Layton.
Yeah, that might be best. Raquel, you want me to do time?
Yes, please, and that's even better.
Yes.
So yes, Dr. Henderson, if you will keep time, and are we ready now?
Minutes, right?
Yes.
Never
Ms.
you are.
Layton.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm running for Board of Nursing Chair because I know I can make a difference. I arrived on this board 3 years ago, already a regulator. I have years of experience and leadership in many different levels, in many different locations, in many different situations. One thing I know for sure is that a leader doesn't know everything, but does know who does, and utilizes these subject matter experts to the board's benefit. When I attend conferences on behalf of the board, I spend time networking with others, vendors, people from other states, from countries, it doesn't matter. I will networking because I believe through networking that helps us grow and helps other people too, other states, other locations or whatever. So, and most important probably is also I have the time to dedicate to this task. Just like I come to each meeting already prepared, I am aware of what the chairmanship will require. I look forward to the challenge and plan to work closely with the vice chair and with you, my fellow board members. I humbly ask for your vote for chairman of the North Carolina Board of Nursing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will turn it back into the hands of Arlene Imes.
Okay, now we will do vice chairs. And my name is first. So I recognize Ms. Arlene Imes to give a 3-minute remark if she would like. And yes, she would like to. Okay. Hello, board members. My name is Arlene Imes, and I'm running for vice chair. I'm honored to have the opportunity to sit before you today and ask for your continued support and vote for vice chair. I've been in nursing for 35 years, where I've worked all of that time at the Salisbury VA Medical Center. I've worked in long-term care, rehab, med-surg, primary care, and now telehealth or telemedicine, as some people call it, where I'm the lead LPN. Within the VA, I've served on many nursing boards and councils. Currently, I serve on the Office of Nursing Service, National LPN Advisory Council, and the local LPN Advisory Council. Before the VA dissolution of the hybrid Title 38 boards, I chaired the local LPN board and the Eastern Region LPN boards, which covered 9 VISNs. In my spare time, I serve as president of the North Carolina chapter of the National Association of Licensed Practical Nurses, also known as NALPN. I'm an Eastern Star, serve as a worthy matron, and a member of the only LPN sorority, Lambda Psi Nu. I also serve on the Institute of Medicine Committee, also known as NCIOM. Some of my biggest accomplishments have been serving on the North Carolina Board of Nursing, not once, but twice, and I want to thank my peers for voting for me. I've served as the past chair and vice chair all in 1 year. I received one of the highest nursing awards at the VA, which is the Secretary of Nursing Award. And this year, I was awarded the Director of the Hospital's Nurse Excellence Award. With that being said, I've served in a lot of positions as chair and on councils. My leadership strength office is elected as the vice chair is to inspire, encourage, and engage. The reason why I'm running for vice chair is to uphold the nursing regulations and also support the chair and CEO in upholding, protecting the public. Following the, I strive to make strong, convincing decisions to protect the public. I'm passionate about the nursing board work with regulations and protecting the public. And it will be an honor to serve as a vice chair on the North Carolina Board of Nursing for 2024. So I'm asking for your vote for vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene Ines, for recognizing Arlene Ines. And I'm going to turn it back to Arlene Ines to recognize the next candidate.
Thank you. Now we would like to recognize Dr. Laura Bartlett to give a 3-minute remark if you choose.
I will give a few remarks, but probably not 3 minutes. I'm position of vice chair. I am not one to shout my own or toot my own horn. I'm just here to serve. I want everybody else to get the recognition for work that we do as a team. And I would be honored to serve as vice chair because to me, it's the greatest honor to serve in the profession that I've worked in for over 40 years and continue to see that profession grow and be respectable and ethical and the highest rated among the public. And I want to continue to see that to happen with the board.
Thank you, Dr. Bartlett. Now we will recognize Dr. Edna Ennis to give a 3-minute remark if you choose.
Might as well also be short. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to run for vice chair. I believe in the mission and the value of the North Carolina Board of Nursing, and I feel it's my duty and moral right to uphold them. I love people, and I love to encourage others to be all they can be. And with that said, I am looking forward to, if you'll vote for me, to work in conjunction with the chair and also collaborate with the board members. And I'm honest, and I feel like I have patience, and I have an open mind. So once again, I say vote for me. Thank you.
Sounds like a walk commercial.
Okay, members will receive an email from Catherine Soderberg with a link to vote electronically. Please cast your vote during break or beginning of lunch. So we'll have a chance to vote. Results of the election will be presented prior to adjournment of today's meeting. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so, of course, we've had lunch and a few breaks. And so you should receive that email, if not already, shortly, board members. So if you will pull out your laptops, and we are going to go ahead and vote now. We will have about 5 minutes to do so. And then we will receive the official results, and then we'll move forward. Thank you. Okay, so all votes are in. Thank you so much, candidates, for chair and vice chair, for sharing your expertise. And we will announce those results when we get to agenda item M19 after they are validated. At this time, we will move to agenda item M16, education program activity, where I would like to recognize board staff members, Dr. Jennifer Lewis and Dr. Anne Marie Milner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Alamance Community College is a public community college in Graham, North Carolina. It's a member of the North Carolina Community College System, and the institution submitted an application to establish a practical nursing program in April 2023. The proposed 3-semester program will require 44 total credit hours, 14 of which are non-nursing credit hours and 30 nursing credit hours. Alamance Community College proposes admitting a maximum of 40 students in January 2024, with the first graduating class anticipated in December 2024. The program will be physically located at Alamance Community College in Graham. The application and subsequent site visit affirm that the institution has sufficient learning, financial, and human resources, as well as adequate support services and physical facilities to initiate and sustain the program. There were no recommendations resulting from the on-site survey. More detail regarding the program application to include proposed clinical sites is included in the consultant summary report, and the program director, Darlene Listapad, is available today should you have questions. The recommendation of board staff is that Alamance Community College be granted initial approval for a practical nursing program for a maximum total enrollment of 40 students to begin January 2024. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Are there any questions or discussion for Dr. Lewis? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation that Alamance Community College be granted initial approval for the PN program with a maximum total enrollment of 40 students to begin January 2024? Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Moved by Dr. Shakira Henderson and seconded by Diane Lading. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The vote is unanimous. Congratulations. This is very timely. And we thank you. I would now like to recognize Dr. Anne Marie Milner.
Hello, everybody. I am talking about Blue Ridge Community College. So the North Carolina Board of Nursing received an application from Heather Stewart, Chair of the Allied Health Programs with Blue Ridge Community College, to establish a PN program. The application was received in June 2023 and included information to support the establishment of the PN program. The proposed PN program requires 48 credit hours, 30 nursing credit hours, and 15 non-nursing credit hours to be completed across 3 semesters. The maximum total enrollment approved by the Board of Nursing is 30 students. The proposed PN program will be physically located at Blue Ridge Community Hospital in Flat Rock, North Carolina. The first graduating class of the PN students is scheduled to occur December 2024. The application demonstrates the evidence of the proposed student population, projected student enrollment, evidence of learning resources to implement and maintain the program, and financial resources adequate to begin and maintain the program. The program has support from administration, including Dr. Laura Leatherwood, President, Dr. Leah Angel, Dean of Health Sciences. A site visit was conducted and the information on the application was correct. The current physical facilities are adequate to support the program needs for both students and faculty. In the application, she provided in a list of clinical agencies that indicated approval for utilization by the proposed, the proposed program. An initial survey was conducted and there is no recommendations. So we would like to recommend Blue Ridge Community College to be granted initial approval for the PN program with a maximum total enrollment of 30 students to begin January 2024.
Thank you, Dr. Milner. Are there any questions or discussion for Dr. Milner? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation that Blue Ridge Community College be granted initial approval for the PN program with a maximum total enrollment of 30 students to begin January 2024? Okay, it has been moved by Tom Minowitz, seconded by Arlene Imes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands, and the vote is unanimous. It carries. Congratulations to Blue Ridge Community College and Dr. Milner.
Okay, now I'm going to present Southwestern Community College in Silva, North Carolina. The Board of Nursing received an application from Amy Banner, MSN EDRN, Director of Nursing with Southwestern Community College, to establish a PN program. The application was received in June of 2023 and included information to support the establishment of the PN program. The proposed program requires 42 credit hours, 30 nursing, and 12 non-nursing. The max total enrollment approved by the board is 20 students. The proposed date for first admissions is January 2024. The proposed program will be physically located at Southwestern Community College in Silva, North Carolina. The first graduating class of the PN students is scheduled to occur in December 2024. The application demonstrates evidence of the proposed student population, projected student enrollment, and learning resources to implement and maintain the program. The program has support of the administration, including Dr. Don Tomas, President, and Dr. Tom Brooks, Executive Vice President, and Dr. Melissa Hyatt, Dean of Health Sciences. The PN program was approved by the North Carolina Community College System Office. The application submitted to the board included written indications from the nurse executives and designees for utilization of the proposed program. An initial site visit was conducted and there were no recommendations as a result. So it is our recommendation that Southwestern Community College be granted initial approval for the PN program with maximum total enrollment of 20 students to begin in January 2024.
Thank you, Dr. Milner. Are there any questions or discussion for Dr. Milner? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation that Southwestern Community College be granted initial approval for the PN program with the maximum total enrollment of 20 students to begin in January 2024? The motion has been made by Andrea Jepson. Is there a second? Seconded by Arlene Imes. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor by show of hands. Awesome, unanimous. It looks like we're going to have at least 90 LPNs joining the workforce after December of 2024. Thank you, Dr. Milner. Thank you. All right, we will now move to agenda item M17, Practice Education and Practice Committee Summary of Activities. I would like to recognize the following. Myself, Dr. Raquel Ingram, as chair of the Education and Practice Committee. I would also like to recognize committee members, Dr. LaDonna Thomas, Dr. Laura Bartlett, Dr. Edna Ennis, Andrea Jepson, Frank DeMarco, Dr. Amy Steele, and Dr. Anna Seaman. And of course, I would like to recognize the board staff liaison, Joyce Winstead. And so since I am chair of this committee, it is my pleasure to read the summary. So I'll start with the background. In January of 2023, the board charged the Education and Practice Committee to review the position statement concerning telehealth, telenursing, and related laws and rules, and recommend needed revisions to the board. So the evidence and best practice component is during the March 15th committee meeting, board staff presented information and applicable research related to telehealth, telenursing regarding the North Carolina Nursing Practice Act, Administrative Code and Position Statement, NCSBN resources, literature review, and other state boards of nursing position statements, laws and rules, overview of advanced practice registered nurse or APRN regulation and practice, an overview of the Veterans Administrative Telehealth. At the August 3rd committee meeting, committee members were provided presentations from representatives of various practice settings across the state regarding their use of telehealth nursing and barriers they encountered when implementing telehealth, except for barriers related to technological difficulties. The representatives were provided the following questions to guide their presentations. How is telehealth or telenursing being used, implemented in your practice setting? And with that, please discuss the general utilization, modalities of delivery, and nurse and/or APRN role. As applicable, describe any telehealth or telenursing training provided for the nursing staff and patients. And other than technical difficulties, what internal or external challenges do nurses and/or APRNs encounter when implementing telehealth or telenursing services? So the practice settings and nursing rules included school nursing, rural health, primary care, client experience, ambulatory care, nursing education programs, student experience, acute care at home hospital, electronic intensive care unit, critical access hospital, home health, hospice and palliative care, Veterans Administration, psych mental health nurse practitioner, women's health nurse practitioner, and managed telehealth services nurse practitioner. NCSBN also presented information about their international telehealth nursing research study and the international guiding principles for telehealth nursing. So we attempted to cover all bases, all areas. Following their representative presentations, the Education and Practice Committee members discussed the information provided at the March 15th and August 3rd meetings. Staff were directed to revise the board position statement, telehealth, telenursing, to include the following key points. Alignment with the NCSBN, or National Council, International Guiding Principles for Telehealth Nursing, number 2, number 4, and number 5. Client privacy and confidentiality, and nurse identification. Staff will present a draft or drafts of the position statement revisions at the November 2nd, 2023 Education and Practice Committee meeting. And that concludes my summary. Joyce, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I think that summarizes it very well. Just to broaden it a little bit, the NCSBN guiding principles, that number 2 is really talking about the need for education and training for telehealth nurses to receive that training specific to telehealth nursing. The guiding principle number 4 does talk about the nurses abiding within the scope of practice of the jurisdiction. So it wasn't so much that, because we already require that they abide by the scope of practice of the state in which the client is located, that the services are being provided. But this was an opportunity to help our position statement better align with having agency policy and procedures in place to help guide that nursing practice. And then the number 5 was that telehealth nurses who would like to prescribe medications and treatments must have the prescriptive authority in the country the client is receiving services. And also back to number 2, it talks about not only the need for education and training in telehealth, but also that the nurse has knowledge of the language and cultural norms of the jurisdiction in which that client is located.
Thank you, Joyce. Very important information. Question?
I don't have a question, but I just want to share a little bit. Everybody that know me know I'm telehealth. The reason why I have a big passion with it is I care for my sister. She passed away with breast cancer. I did have hospice, but just to call on the phone and say, this is going on. With telehealth, I train the staff at the VA and caregiver support. To have that face when at times of needs, when you need that help and you can't leave your loved one, to go out, to talk to somebody, to be able to just to see another face and just to talk, it means so much. If you've never been in that situation where you're stuck at the house, you can't leave them, or trying to get somebody to come to the house to sit while you go out to get some support or whatever. With telehealth, you can just, if you need to go to another room to sit and cry and look at another face and talk, that means so much. That's just my piece of the story of why I love telehealth so much. I know it's technology can be tricky, but the overall, that point is.
Thank you, Arlene. Thank you for sharing your passion and for sharing that personal experience. I know several of us are holding back, and I'll just put my Kleenex in my hand, for now. And if you see me, you know why. Any other discussion? Any additional questions for the committee? We actually do not have a recommendation, and so a vote is not needed. Thank you so much, Joyce. And thank you, committee members. I would now like to recognize Dr. Sarah Griffith, our Chief Nursing Officer, to come forward, and we will discuss, or she will discuss, present agenda item M18, our Chapter 36 rules. Dr. Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, I bring your attention to agenda item M18, that's 21 NCAC 36.0228, Clinical Nurse Specialist Practice. I'm presenting on behalf of Angela Ellis, Chief Administrative Officer and Rulemaking Coordinator, as she is off for a wedding for her youngest child. So the background on this rule is on April 1st, 2023, 21 NCAC 36.0228, Clinical Nurse Specialist Practice was published in Administrative Code. The amended rule eliminated the portfolio route for clinical nurse specialists recognition and aligns with the requirements for CRNAs, CNMs, and nurse practitioners. Following the publication to the Administrative Code, staff discovered a typographical error in G3C as follows. If recognized by the board as a clinical nurse specialist without national certification prior to April 1st, 2021, 150 contact hours of continuing education with 50 contact hours of pharmacotherapeutics as a portion of the 150 contact hours every 5 years. While this does not change the intent of the rule, the date requires correction. After consultation with the codifier of rules, we were advised to proceed through the rulemaking process to correct this inaccurate year. At the May 2023 board meeting, members approved the technical change to 21 NCAC 36.0228, Clinical Nurse Specialist, and directed staff to proceed with rulemaking. Notice of text was published in the NC Register, Volume 38, Issue 1, on July 3rd, 2023. Interested parties were notified and the rule was posted on the board's website. A public hearing was held on August 8th, 2023. No comments were received. The comment period for the rule ended on 5 p.m. on September 1st of 2023. No comments were received. Based on the current timeline, the amended effective date will be December 1st, 2023, not October 1st, 2023, as highlighted in the document. Madam Chair, the recommendation that the board approve the proposed technical change to 21 NCAC 36.0228 clinical nurse specialist practice and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking.
Thank you, Dr. Griffith. Are there any questions or discussion for Dr. Griffith? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendment to 21 NCAC 36.0228 clinical nurse specialist and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking? Thank you. The motion has been made by Diane Layden. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Cheryl Whelan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands, and the vote is unanimous. It carries. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Griffith. Now, we will move to agenda item M19, which is, or are, the results of election of officers. Absolutely. So this should go on record as the most breaks that the board has taken during the board session. So we will break for 5 minutes and then we will come back and receive the official results. Thank you, Ms. Chandra. Okay, thank you all for your patience. In terms of the election, we do have a winner for board chair. However, we are having to do a runoff for the vice chair, and so I am going to read a component of the policy to indicate why. If there are more than 2 candidates for any given office, voting will continue until one member has a clear majority, which is 50% plus 1. Eliminating the person with the lowest number of votes on each slate. And so if there's a tie, then that's another conversation. And so with that, what will happen now is we will receive another link to vote for the vice chair from Catherine. Once you receive that and we all vote, Catherine will will indicate that all have voted, and then the results will go through the official process again. And so we will go into yet another break. Okay, thank you.
So it's the top two.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I forgot to mention, it's the top 2 candidates. And so those names will appear on the link when Catherine sends that. So for clarity, we had 3. We didn't have a majority vote. So the top 2 of those 3 candidates will now appear as candidates on the link that Catherine will send us via email. We will vote like we did before. Then the official results will be calculated, all those great things, and then we will come back to announce those. That's the goal. Have you sent it? Yeah. Oh, she sent it? Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. All votes are in, so we will take yet another break. Thank you. Okay. Board members, thank you so much for your patience. We do have election officers, and so those results are for chair for 2024 is Dr. LaDonna Thomas, and for vice chair is Dr. Laura Bartlett. Congratulations to you, forthcoming chair and forthcoming vice chair. Again, those terms will begin January 2024. So congratulations. At this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Crystal Tillman for presentation of resolutions and plaques.
Since this is our last board meeting for 2023, the September, it's always kind of bittersweet because we have some board members coming off and we have to say goodbye to you. But we also like to acknowledge our chair and vice chair as well for the great work that they have done as well. So I would like to first read in appreciation of Dr. Raquel Ingram, Andrea Jepson, Tom Minowitz, and Frank DeMarco. Whereas the North Carolina Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility of regulating the practice of nursing in order to assure safe nursing care for the public. And whereas membership on the board reflects a commitment to the public and the profession and a willingness to provide leadership in nursing in North Carolina. And whereas board activities have required much time and energy from members, and whereas you have willingly and actively participated in numerous activities as a member of the board, therefore, be it resolved that the North Carolina Board of Nursing recognize and express appreciation for the many contributions made by you and the leadership role you have provided in North Carolina. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be attached to the minutes of this meeting and a copy be given to you. So thank you again. This is a working board, so thank you all for your commitment and time for serving on the board. So I have some presentation of plaques that I would like to give. The Board of Nursing recognizes the board members whose terms have ended. At this time, we'd like to recognize the following board members. Dr. Raquel Ingram, years of service 4. Oh. Sorry. Andrea Jepson, 4 years. Tom Minowitz, 4 years. Okay, and then Frank DeMarco is finishing up a term and he has served 1 year and 3 months. So the Board of Nursing would like to recognize the chair of the Board of Nursing for their work during the current year. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Raquel Ingram for years of service as Board Chair 1 for 2023. And then we'd like to recognize the Vice Chair of the Board for your work during the current year as well, in 2023. At this time, I'd like to recognize Andrea Jepson for her years of service, one as Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tillman. And so now we are getting ready to adjourn. Board members, we will go into executive session. And so,
Actually, we do not have anything for executive session. It's debriefing. I'm sorry.
so for clarity, board members, we do have executive session that we need to go into. And so I believe what I can do, and I'm going to try to do it if I can't. I need, I don't know that I can have two motions on the floor. So correct me. So what I want to do is I need a motion to go into executive session, but I also want to adjourn. A motion to adjourn. Can I do both? I cannot do both. Okay. So in that regard, so we are going to have to come back. Okay. Okay. I try. I'm sorry, but I did try. Okay. So is there a motion to go into executive session? Motion has been made by Andrea Jepson, seconded by Dr. Shakira Henderson. All in favor by show of hands. We are now into executive session. Thank you.